Like, we won't end up running late tonight. It's fine.
Fine.
She just turned off camera. Bye.
I know. Wow. Rude.
I don't feel
Hey,
like
everybody.
up tonight.
Welcome to round 3 of sprints. That is correct. Round 3.
I'm leaving.
Our sprints till like midnight Eastern, give or take, depending on when that last sprint ends. Are you eating cut pizza? Or no?
I quit because I'm so fucking tired of you all being mean to me over it.
Hi,
I almost
Steph.
cried over it earlier. I don't want to talk about it.
Don't cry over it.
So I cut it.
Okay.
Good job.
We're just picking with love.
It didn't feel like it.
Now, if you eat the pizza like a taco, I am going to make fun of you. But, hi, Steph. I'm sorry you couldn't join us, and that, unfortunately, family plans got in the way. How dare they? Very rude of them.
If I get it.
We're priority number 1.
Right?
How dare you want to see your niece?
Like, so adorable.
She's so cute. I know.
So cute.
Every time she sends pictures of her, I'm just like, oh, it's not fair. She's got those big eyes.
She does those big eyelashes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The eyelashes kill me.
But May finished a book over. Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. I was trying to click away. I feel this. I also require 24 hours notice.
I went to go schedule our tax appointment on a Wednesday, and the only openings were Wednesday night or Thursday night. And I was like, I can't do the same night. I was like, I need 24-hour notice before I do this. Has to be.
I feel that. Hello. But yeah, May finished Canadian Boyfriend in between sprints. So go her. Your first book of the readathon's done.
I started the second book too.
Yes. Yeah, you did. That's right. So you're ready to go. You're gonna finish a book tonight again.
What did you start next?
The Stage Kiss by Amelia Jones.
Yeah.
It's
Cover by
3 or 4 pages in, but
I mean, it'll be good. Hello. I did pick out what I'm reading next, so I'm at least happy about that. I stared at my KU for a hot minute and was like, we're going to do it. We're going to read Sinful Vow. Megan, yeah, since Megan enjoyed it so much, I was like, I'll just go ahead and dive into this now too.
I've heard really good things about the whole series.
Same. And it's under 200, it's under 250 pages, I think.
Oh, it's not bad.
So I feel like I can probably read it tonight or finish most of it tonight, which would feel good. That would be 3 books by tomorrow and maybe another volume of manga or 2. So I'm like, you know, that feels right for the time span we're on sprints and like me still reading when we're not sprinting. Nice. Yeah. I do want to read Lunar Love. I also want to read The Red String Theory.
Red String Theory, yeah.
Yeah, that one I really
did hear that both of them are closed door. Just a heads up.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah. I just
knowing that I had them good.
Yeah. Yeah. I just like knowing before going in. So I wanted to mention it.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. If I know ahead of time, I'm good.
Yeah.
If you build me up and then you slam the door in my face, I'm very angry though.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I wanted somebody, because it can't be me, to make a website called dotheybone.com where you can type in your book and it tells you if they bone or not.
The only time I ever care is when like somebody builds it up for being a steamy romance and it's like, but the door is slammed on your face like halfway through.
Yeah, how's that steamy?
I need to know before. Yeah. Like walking into it knowing it's closed door is fine.
Yeah.
If you don't tell me, I don't want to read it.
Yeah.
It's like when everyone says that Allie Hazelwood writes spicy romances. I'm like, do we read the same book?
No, we don't read the same books, because if you tell me that Allie Hazelwood is like super spicy, I know that we do not read the same.
I'm like, who are you? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I feel like if I know ahead of time, I'm good. Because like I have a rec list that I'm building right now of closed door romances or closed. I call them closed door ish because I'm really bad at remembering if it's full closed door or build up, because it's not my usual like thing.
They bone under the Northern Lights in Canadian Boyfriend.
Love it.
So you get two full scenes.
What? That's amazing. That's amazing. I don't know if I would have expected that.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, and now I'm going to look because I'm curious, but I believe it.
I don't remember what the book was, but there was one book that I was reading the reviews on it. And I don't remember if I read it or was going to read it. And people were mad that in the book, she had at one point lived with her boyfriend. And that just wasn't a whole thing. You remember this?
I remember that.
There was this huge comment about how awful it was that this person had lived with a previous boyfriend unmarried.
Wow.
And this was just not a wholesome book. And I was like,
considering I bought this house with somebody I wasn't married to at the time.
Yeah, I already found my first comment that was like, is there any with no spice? Where's the YA? People mad there's not a book by Alexis Hall. What? Okay. And then also the usual complaint about the lack of historical romance. Y'all gotta stop looking at Goodreads for historical romance to show up anywhere. Like, that's just never happened. They don't do it anymore. Like, they used to occasionally. But yeah. And then somebody was like, what about classics like Pride and Prejudice? Because that needs more marketing.
Yeah.
Literally, the book I'm reading, they did a musical called Liz and Darcy.
I love it.
Like, that's what this is.
This is okay. Yeah, this
is such wild.
Yeah, go read those comments.
Yeah,
they're hilarious. This is amazing. Hello. I hope you're feeling better. I love this. I just think it's so funny. Like, every Goodreads Choice Award, it's like, where's the historical? I'm like, they haven't included historical since like 2019 or 2020. Like, it's been a long time now.
Like, let it go.
Like, it's okay.
It feels along the same vein. I got a TikTok earlier of the Kelsey brothers. They were also starting to get on my nerves. It's the whole thing. But there's some article that's crediting Travis Kelce with inventing the fade.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
No. He's like, I did not. And Jason said, that's not what they're saying.
That's interesting. People are weird. People just, I don't know.
I just don't understand. Like, if you know that something doesn't have historical corrects, like, just stop looking there and stop bringing it up. We all know.
Yeah, like, we all know. It's okay.
Like, don't get mad over it anymore. Now you're just bringing madness upon yourself.
Exactly. I'm like, it's just not worth it. Like, I don't know. I would just be joyfully surprised, if it did have historical on it. This is the way I look at it. I'm like, okay, cool. A nice surprise.
I also feel like historical had its big moment.
But even when it had that boom again, there was like no historical on lists. It was weird. Like, it was really weird how they did that. I don't know. It's a time.
It's a time. Although every now and then you can hear your dog.
I know. She is next to me sleeping now. So hard. She's Velcro. She could be with her dad, but she's Velcroed to me. We're literally,
just like, we're not touching. Aww.
We're not touching, but if we could, if I move and touch her, she will lean into it.
Oh, she's just little baby.
Always. It's also raining, and that's the worst, and her least favorite thing in the world. She had to run outside and go potty in the rain, and that was just...
Oh, my dog, every single time. It's like you've wronged him. He just like stares at you like, how could you let this happen?
Yeah, they 100%. She was just like, she hit the bells to go out, and she just stood I opened the door, and she just stood there and stared. And I was like, you have to go out. I have to close the door because Peace is going to run out after you. And that's just going to be a bad time when the cat gets away. I was like, let's not. And she just stared at it like, it's raining still. I'm like, we're on day 2 of 4 days of rain. Like, you're just going to have to do it.
The worst.
I didn't realize I did non-Regency and Regency Rex. I love this. Yeah, I agree. I do side eye people who like put historical on weird pedestals. It's weird.
Especially when it's like the same story over and over and over again.
Mm-hmm. And I love historical romance. I just like go in and out of phases with it.
Yeah.
And I have a deep appreciation for like our old school bodice ripper clinch covers and all of those books, like where they got us to now. But like,
Oh yeah,
you know, there's some things where we've read them, and there's some times where you can be like, this is really fun, but also, boy, does it not hold up the way you want it to.
Yeah.
I love that Heather has us on mute so she can't hear us talking shit, but is telling us that we're on mute so we know we can talk shit and she won't hear us. Yay. Okay, I'm so glad. That's good news.
Yeah.
Like always, like I feel like the worst part of getting treatments like that is the recovery. But to feel better, worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too. Like the lack of like, because or they only read like Beverly Jenkins or Stacey Reed, right? Is Stacey? Yeah, Stacey Reed.
But she doesn't. Stacey Reed doesn't write. She does sometimes, but she also does write light romance. Emily Howard is also.
I can't read her. She's the one who did the book with the plantation.
That ended up, she pulled that one and rewrote it though.
Did she? Okay, like I just that squicked me out too much. I was like, I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, that was the one that they pulled and she revised.
Mm-hmm. I never looked fully like how or what they did to revise it. So
I never read it, but I do remember that whole thing that she did end up pulling that book and redoing it.
Which respect, because so many people just don't.
Right.
So like that's good.
but I don't know if it's better or not. Yeah.
Yeah. Diana Quincy is also an author of color. I didn't love that first book by her, but a lot of people did.
I almost never read historical. If I read historical, it's usually Alexis Hall or Cat Sebastian, and that's like it.
That tracks, though. I feel like because like Cat Sebastian is like the like blanket historical wreck for a lot of people, like not in a bad way by any means. It's just really funny.
And I think part of it is because like she doesn't write a ton of Regency, so I read more of her like other time periods.
Yes. I do like that she writes like a mix of time periods because I get
burnt out.
Same. I also and I also hated Elisa Kleypas that is beloved by many, and I sometimes just get burned out on like the fandom for that character.
I read part of the Ravenel series. It was fine.
Yeah, I did. I've read a good bit. I mean, I want to read more of her stuff because it's fun. We'll call it. Oh, I don't have that book. I was like, where is this book? I didn't check it out. I'm smart like that on my KU apparently. There we go. I thought I'd hit check out. Yes, Emily does have polycule historicals that I do want to read. I know Steph's read them and liked them. And I would read those because I do love like that. Like, give me something different than like a rake.
Yeah. And I think that's exactly it. It's like I need something different.
And then when I'm in the mood for that, I go to that. Like that's where I want to pick up Elisa Kleypas and stuff like that. Hello. Welcome back, Vina. Hello, Brianna. Welcome back. That's fun. I love this. I just got a football rec on my Twitter feed. I'm not calling it by its new name ever. But it was like the Red Zone or something. I think they were like high school sweethearts. So I'm like, okay, adding this author to my TBR. Hello. Okay, yeah. What Robin, what are you reading? I was like, we were not talking about we just totally tangented on to historical.
Yeah, we did. I was like, I had started, I was going to start Love Scammed, but I needed an audiobook. So I started Murder Road by Simone St. James.
Okay.
Which I don't know if I should keep reading it because Simone St. James writes like paranormal thrillers and they always scare the absolute crap out of me. So I'm like, should I keep reading?
Awesome. I can't wait to see what you think of it because I saw that author and I was like, I need to add you to my TBR because I don't read a ton of football romances because most of them don't pique my interest, but I'm always down to add different ones. Okay, but no, like it's like I want an emotional read. Have you read Kennedy Ryan? Yes. Yes. And I love her. And it's nothing against her. But like, yeah, who else you got? I feel the same way. It's like here's historicals by an author of color. Oh, hey, have you read any? Yeah, who hasn't? If you haven't read Beverly Jenkins, I'm concerned. I'm concerned.
Concerned.
Like I'm very concerned. If you're like a historical fan that doesn't touch Beverly, like what are you doing? Yay! Okay. Yeah, I will be reading those sooner than later.
That sounds good.
Oh, that sounds fun. I will have to bump it up the list maybe when football season starts next year. I don't know. I never read things on theme. It's fine. Yeah, Harlequin's done a good job with that. I feel like
they're doing a ton of diverse releases this year.
They are.
Like in general, like across all of their.
I'm still sad that they got rid of Desire to do the Afterglow line. I have very mixed feelings about that. I get it because I feel like they have to adapt to the market, and I'm assuming
part of it,
the other line wasn't doing as well as we want to think it was doing. But it still makes me sad because then we got like the Sapphic Bollywood book.
Yeah.
That they did. I do want to read that still, but yeah, like they've done some of those.
Yeah,
but I do think you should pivot because it is like pitch black behind you.
Yeah,
so
I don't want to like freak myself
paranormal unless I need to find someone to come bang on your window while you're reading it because I can do that for you.
Have you ever seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre where they're like driving down the road and the girl's bloody on the side of the road? That's literally like the opening scene as they save this
that's fun.
And I was like, oh, okay. I think we're done now.
My cousin that lives next door loves to read horror books and stuff, and that's great and awesome. And I love her, and I love that for her. I don't because I know her husband's goal in life is to actually give me a heart attack. And he's tried many times. He beat on my kitchen window at 10:30 one night because I was in the kitchen and he came home from the gym. And he could see me. And he held his flashlight over his head so I couldn't tell it was him and beat on the window. And I screamed so loud, she heard it from her second story. And I texted her, I was like, your husband just gave me a heart attack. She's like, yeah, I heard you. I was like, no concern. I really appreciate it.
No one's going to come and check, you know?
No, oh my God, are you okay? Not coming down the stairs. She's like, I just assumed it was him. And I was like, you assumed.
You assumed. Okay.
I feel very
That's
safe.
helpful.
That's fine. He can't get to my back windows though, so
That's
you don't
good.
get my kitchen windows.
So I'll make sure to message her and tell him to.
You could climb up to the back window.
When I moved in, my dad put a new padlock on the back, and I'm the only person that has a key, and I have it, and I know where it's at all times.
Okay.
Nobody's allowed to have it for longer than 5 minutes. It is not allowed to be out of my sight for long because I do not trust him.
I love the like you're like, no, absolutely not. I know how this is gonna go.
No,
so you're gonna pivot to Love Scammed then, Robin, to be see and not scam the shit out of yourself.
Tonight.
Yeah, sleep. That's important. Yeah, I can only do my thrillers and all that in the middle of the day, pretty much.
Yeah.
So in the winter, it's not great.
No, pretty much never. Yeah.
You reading Haunting Adeline, you would only read it through the day.
Yep, I did. I only read Haunting Adeline through the day, and I hated it.
I have to change books.
Well, because it wasn't that creepy though. I probably could have read it at night. I feel like
I'm still like angry over that whole series.
Oh, it's so bad.
So bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a both. Like I get it, but it sucks. I love this plan. I love Yona so much. So I hope you enjoy it. And I feel like that's a good like intro to the night of lots of reading. I don't well, Gothicana's art is AI. For the
Which
newest,
one is?
the first Gothicana, the newest,
Oh,
the
yeah.
first Bramble.
Yeah.
That one's been outed as AI, which I knew the cover bugged me and I didn't know why. And every time a cover has bugged me, it's been outed as AI. So now I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to assume, but I got a good video breaking it down. And I was like, okay, I can tell.
Yeah. And you can tell, like, if they actually care, because there was that botanist daughter one where the artist didn't know that the clip art that they used was AI, and they ended up revising the whole thing, like, when it came out.
And Torres this is their second AI thing. They already had a whole book for their regular imprint that got mucked up with AI art, and like they fixed it.
Yeah, I think that was the botanist daughter. Yeah.
Was that one? Okay. I was like, I don't remember what that one was, but
yeah.
I think it's too early to tell on Bramble, like how it's going. Cause like, I don't feel like Bloom, who's picking up a lot of indies, is doing terrible. I understand who they're picking up and why they're picking them up. It makes sense. But I don't know, like Gothic kind of felt like a weird pickup to me for them personally.
Yeah.
Cause it's like a dark academia, dark romance. Like,
I hated that book.
A lot of people have.
It's really bad.
Yeah. I had pre-ordered and I canceled it because I was like, I need to read it before I buy this.
Yeah.
Because I liked the sprayed edges. Yes, that's it. It was the Christopher Paolini.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That was that one.
But I am intrigued. Yep, I think it was Fractal Noise was probably the book. I don't pay attention to his books, but they have one coming out that I think looks cute. It has like the house on it and it's like kind of cozy looking.
Oh, the Spell Shop?
Yeah, I'm intrigued about that one. That is probably for now the only title I have coming that I'm interested in. It's like Red Tower. I have a couple, like I want to read Sanctuary of Shadows. The one that just came out in January, Aurora Ashers. Let's try that. More hate for Gothicana. I feel like I need to read it because apparently it's so bad, and I do love
it. Reads like a really, really poorly written, like Wattpad, like romance.
I love that. I think I did the same thing. So, and then I canceled it.
Yeah. The sad part is, I will say about Gothicana, the sad part is that author, the original covers, she paid an artist to like oil paint those covers.
Yeah, I don't understand why they changed them because the original covers were great. Like I actually was interested in it because I really liked that original cover.
Yeah, she like paid artists to actually paint them and then photograph them. So then to turn around and do AI for that book feels, I don't know.
Fucking tracks though. I'm like the practice we're in of like picking up a thing and then it's just weird. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I will also be excited to read Zen Cho's book because I do love her writing. Yeah. And I mean, I feel like I loved Sorcerer to the Crown. That one, her first one, I really liked. I haven't read the second one.
I read Blackwater Sister. That one was really good.
What's that? I've enjoyed the writing before, so I'm like I'm optimistic for some of the authors they're picking, but I don't know. I just don't know if we can tell yet. Like it's kind of like with Red Tower. Like we have some misses. We have books that they came out with that I've seen like no one talk about, which is surprising.
Well, and I feel like Bramble isn't releasing much. Like they have like 6 titles releasing all year or something like that. Like it's
which I think is smart, honestly, because I feel like they should be like taking the time.
I was like ease into it, yeah.
Hello, Megan.
I was too.
I was too.
And I mean, a lot of them are, but then they had.
Oh, Gothicana. I'm gonna have to read it at some point, y'all. It'll be a fun hate blog.
Yeah, they have mostly SFF books, but then they had like one random, like contemporary for Brambles, and I was just
they do. Yeah, I was also confused. I was like, wait, what? Why is there?
Yeah, I checked it like 3. I was like, am I missing something?
Yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued and hesitant when it comes to Bramble and all of the new romance imprints because it's kind of like I'm really happy we're seeing a surge in romance only bookstores but we're also seeing a surge in really shitty treatment of romance readers in a weird way.
Yeah.
Not like we're a special class of people, but like you're seeing this rise in like anti-sex stuff basically, which then comes down onto romance as a genre. So that worries me about like the stores opening and it going badly because people decide that it is something that it's not.
Yeah. Well, and I think so many of those romance authors had so much success too as indie authors and then got picked up by a publisher and then are getting screwed over it. And like I just feel for them. Like that has to really suck to be all excited and be like, oh my God, I'm finally getting this like recognition from a legit publisher. And then
and it's not what they thought it was, possibly. Very likely. Okay. I don't know if I know that one. I'll have to look it up. That's exciting. Like that is exciting.
Yeah, that's really
I'm
cool.
definitely like happy. Like I'm happy about it. Like it's by no means a thing. I worry about like as we watch some of the like the anti like sex and like just anything and all that stuff, like the very like I guess move to being more conservative we're seeing from some people or Puritan like, it's like concerns me.
Or the push that publishers have to make everything cutesy contemporary and then not have the book match. Like there was like this old lady like picking up like I don't even remember what it was, but it was like one of those indie books where I was just like, please don't read that. Oh my God. Like I don't remember what it was, but I was just like, oh my God, no. Don't do that.
And then Izzy and I think it was last week, we were talking about all the books that have the same exact cover.
Yeah.
It's slightly different.
Why does Hannah Bonham Young's new cover look almost identical to Role Playing?
Oh yeah, it does.
They're both by Lenny Kaufman.
The kiss countdown and the partner plot I'm sorry, but those covers look identical because both of the couples are leaning the exact same way. They're both hot pink.
There was one, I don't remember what the other book was, but it was literally the same guy with the same blanket around his shoulders.
Oh, the Ruby Spencer whiskey year.
Like it was the same picture. They just changed the female a little bit. And I was like, what is this? This is these. I've seen this cover. I have this cover.
And it's one thing if it's like an indie book where it's like, okay, like they used a like stock photo.
Well, yeah. And when I would read it, but they also like, I feel like I know books that have the same stock photo model.
Yeah.
But also like the book I could still tell were different.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What? 10 years? I don't believe it.
Did she write it and then put it down and 9.5 of those years or it being saved?
Listen, I enjoyed Fourth Wing. Like, I've not read Iron Flame. I don't know if I'm going to. I had fun. But like, no. No. That, but yeah. That's I cannot with 10 years. Yeah. The rose sword snake skull combo is very heavy. That's okay. I was like, well,
yeah, I thought it was Danielle Allen, but I didn't
realize this was from Bramble. I know I'm pumped for that book. I had no idea it was from Bramble.
Yeah.
I'm still pumped for it because I like Danielle Allen.
I do too.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I don't
and I think it's that idea of like this is what gets me about the whole like discrete cover thing. If you don't know what's in the book, how do you know what to pick up? Like that's the whole point of the cover. Like
yeah, we're losing the language of romance covers. And people argue with me about this all the time. And I'm like, no, we have lost the language of romance covers with this cover. The fake mate. We were literally talking about it on the last friend. How do you know you can barely like somebody was like, well, there's paw prints. I was like, it looks like they're in a vet office.
Yeah.
Like I could have been dog's paw prints.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then because I wanted to read it, and then I think it was Robin that was like, "There's a werewolf," and I was like, "I'm good."
Yeah, and it's
I
like
wish
a lot of
it up. I want those voice memos that I would have gotten from her, and when she's like, "This book has a werewolf," it would have been amazing.
Isabel, this book is awful, and she'd be like,
"Oh,
well, I have to read it now."
Yeah. See, I thought the fake name was
Emily Henry writes literary fiction with romance and plots.
Yeah.
Mixed.
Her books, are more cry-worthy than steamy romance.
Oh yeah, the blank and blank titles also get me. It's an Omegaverse rom-com.
Yeah. And like it is funny, but yeah, it is very much so a Omegaverse.
That's
yeah.
the other thing. Every time it says rom-com, I'm like, absolutely not. You're lying to me. I will not giggle a single time throughout this entire
Yeah, right.
Promise you.
And like that one is funny, but
I know.
others
I
make
just
me
every
mad.
time I
It
see it,
makes
I'm
me
just
so
like,
mad.
I mean, then you have that book that's actually called Romantic Comedy that I DNF'd
and I DNF'd as well.
because it
'Cause
wasn't
it's 3 chapters.
good.
It was so bad. It's 3 chapters.
It just was not good.
Mm-mm.
But that's like Happy Place by Emily Henry that made me cry. I was like, I feel lied to.
Emily Henry is like, I would consider her more literary fiction than women's fiction because she has the appeal of people that would not touch women's fiction with a
Yeah.
10-foot pole. For whatever reason, Emily Henry has just like lured these girlies in who only read like literary fiction, Sally
Yeah.
Rooney fans.
I think part of it is a lot of her books are dual POV. So you don't just get the heroine's POV. And so you're getting like character story, like
Mhm.
growth for both a male and a female
Mhm.
character. And so it feels less, I don't know.
Yeah, I just don't think it feels as like as much as I hate the term women's fiction-y. It has like too much of that.
Yeah.
It's generally centering a story about a woman,
Yeah.
and just like it would only be her POV, is my understanding.
I won't use the term, I'll only call it contemporary because it
Mhm.
makes me so angry.
I will call it that, but I also always say it makes me so mad, and I don't like the term, but I don't have a better way to explain what I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
Which I guess contemporary does work, but
I
it's
will
a
say
very specific
contemporary
vibe.
with a romance.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's fiction with romance.
Yeah. But
So-
yes, usually it's
or
yeah,
love
contemporary
story.
that centers a female perspective.
Mm-hmm. That's how they market it. But now they're marketing them as romances because they think we're dumb.
Yeah. And then I feel bad because then people will like trash the book because they're like, this wasn't a
Mhm.
romance. And I'm like, yeah, but that's not the
This
author's
is true.
fault.
I
That
do
was
prefer women's fic over chick lit because that's even worse. See, I do think Emily Henry has an appreciation for romance as a genre and does like the genre, which is what makes it weird. Not that SJM doesn't either. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's weird. She's on a weird line that I don't know how to judge her. Like I don't like her enough that I seek out her interviews or anything either.
Yeah. I read her books, but like I'll never recommend them. And I've talked about this before. Like, who needs somebody to recommend those books? Like, it's like recommending Sarah J. Maas. Like, no one needs that.
I usually will read them because I like to know what other people think of them. Like the book Beach
Yeah.
Read ends differently in the UK than it does in the US.
Really?
It has a different
Weird.
ending. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Weird.
Because they felt like they would prefer, I guess regionally we would prefer different.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, the US and the UK editions are different. So I wonder if your edition's different, Steph. I don't think that's the case because she's in the Amazon thing.
Yeah.
Nicholas Sparks doesn't like being called a romance author because he's not a romance author, and he and it's not you know what, I think you're thinking of Diana Gabaldon for Outlander because she does not like being called a romance reader or author either. Like it's a whole thing.
Weird.
I don't know if people do or not, to be honest. She's still getting deals.
Part of that
The Amazon thing, yeah.
Yeah.
But every Jasmine, because I've read like 3 Jasmine Guillory's and I've not loved them.
Yeah.
And like,
That's
the
it.
ones that
I don't read them anymore because I don't generally enjoy them. I find them not great. And then all of my Black friends that read them always have the critique that I'm like, okay, that makes sense why this isn't connecting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. She was positioning herself as the only one writing her type of romance.
Yeah. That's right.
But yeah. The Amazon one was not good. I'm gonna marathon those at some point and see what I think of them.
Well, they're supposed to be Valentine's Day,
I
but I
know, I
don't
was thinking
read
about.
all of them because I think Sarai will.
Oh, your mortal enemy wrote one.
She's my enemy. She
Your
doesn't know
mortal
who
enemy.
I am, but Sarai Wilson and I are mortal enemies.
Oh, I was like, who?
Sarai Wilson. She wrote the weird Raylo self-insert fic.
Oh,
No, it
yeah.
wasn't Raylo. It was
Not Raylo. I'm sorry. Just
Wow.
Adam Driver self-insert fic. I take it back. I'm
It
sorry.
wasn't even Kylo Ren self-insert. It was Adam Driver specifically. And if I can still tell you this much about a book I read 3 years ago,
Wow.
something is wrong.
Yeah.
In the author's notes at the end, she thanked him, the Marine Corps, for making him how he was. And all of these people, and do you know who she never once mentioned? His parent. She never once mentioned his wife of like 15 years in this book. It was awful.
So awkward.
It was based on like a 2-minute meeting she had with him at an award show.
Because she was a seat filler at an award show.
Ooh, creepy.
It was
It still
love
freaks me out.
I love self-insert fan fiction. There is a line.
Yeah.
That's a draw.
Welcome to the club in which Sarai Wilson is our enemy. I've never read a book by her, and she's also my enemy. I feel it.
Yeah, that's really creepy.
Mortal enemy, because that I don't love him that much. I don't know that I love any celebrity that much.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with real people fic turned
Same.
to book.
I
Turned to book specifically.
Yeah.
I literally met one of my favorite actors back in December.
Mm-hmm.
What I've not done, turned this 5-minute meeting into a novel and marketed to the world, and then thanked him for being who he was in the author's note. I would
Especially when you know, like, if you're a fan of Adam Driver at all, like, he very much is not into that.
He's very private for the most part. Like, it just
yeah.
Ugh.
It's weird.
I feel like it's one thing to write fanfic about like a fake character. Like, sure, they're not real. Make them do whatever you want. But like real people, it creeps me out.
I can there's certain lines in real people fic that I'm like whatevs, like to an extent, but I just take it and make it real, like a book published.
It doesn't always bother me.
Mm-hmm.
I can usually read it, no problem, because I kind of disassociate from it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also am not going to go and tell everyone needs to go read this Adam Driver fan fiction that's specifically about him. Or like,
but also like the way that you judge fic and stuff like that is so different than a book.
Yeah.
And like the way you interact with fic is so different. The sprayed edges drama, I think people need to get real lawyers and stop listening to random people in their comments. But you know, when they get sued, that's on them at this point. People are getting very mad that people are selling sprayed edge books of other books that they purchase.
Yeah.
And some authors have asked people to stop, and that person is like, how dare they tell me to not do this?
Like, you can't resell.
It's so much. Yeah, it's so much. And people are like, well, this law and that law and trademark and copyright law are two very different things. Somebody over here was a paralegal and will tell you that as well. And I just feel
I have a legal degree. I do.
I
did do 4 years of college on the law and government.
Just take advice from comments.
Yeah.
That part, like, I think sent me when May read me the dedication.
Oh, I read it. It's a live stream. I read it.
Was it public or was it members though?
I think it was public because Bree was on it.
Okay.
I don't remember whose channel it was on.
I don't either.
At Wesley's.
Okay.
When we did it because I was sitting in the floor. I vividly remember I was sitting in the floor reading it, going, "Oh my God, why did you put this out into the world?"
Yeah.
I have no idea that this happened. I don't follow that stuff close enough because RPF is just not my thing generally.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing. You can write it, but you shouldn't make a published real book for distribution by a publisher out of it.
Even if you write it and you publish it, don't acknowledge it.
Yeah, you also should be erasing.
Author's note.
Yeah, because that's the thing is like you're supposed to
show, and he was so nice
disconnect.
to me, so I wrote this 300-page book about it.
You're supposed to file off the serial numbers. Like, you got to file off the serial numbers, and you got to do it well. I like fic books, but I'm also picky about them.
But it depends. I can call out a bad one when I see it.
Exactly. Well, and I think some things can have the serial numbers filed off, and it works. Forget Me Not was one of my favorite books last year. That is a former fic.
Yeah, which I didn't even know at the time that I read it. I read an art.
Because like she did a good job, but like there are other ones. The Hurricane Wars, a lot of people aren't liking because, from what I can understand, is you need the background of it being in the Star Wars universe.
Gotcha.
Well, but then there's books people don't even realize were fan fiction. When I did that fan fiction video a couple years ago, I talked about 50 Shades being Twilight fan fiction.
That one,
I don't know how people did not know that.
Yeah.
But every time I talk about that, I have the same reaction because the Helena Hunting hockey books, the Pucked Around, originally Twilight fanfic.
I haven't read them.
Christina Lauren's
yes, Christina Lauren's original series. The Bastard series.
Twilight fan fiction.
Yeah, I remember about Forget Me Not afterwards. I was like, oh, the more
it's never gonna stop. But yeah, like I think that's the problem. Some fics you can file it off and like make it work, but you can't always.
Yeah.
It just
see, and that's I've seen mixed of people who like were fine with it and people who were pissed. Yep, Shadowhunters was Harry Potter fic. Yeah, I do think we're gonna see a big bump in Hermione fic stuff happening. I
saw that
from Manacled being picked up.
It's getting a new title though. It's not.
And it's getting completely. Well, she's completely rechanged. It's alchemized now, and it sounds like she's actually like really. It's the same story idea, but it's really being reworked into its own world. I'm very curious.
Cool.
Oh, that's
interesting.
I don't like Buffy.
I DNF'd that book. Buffy is my favorite show of all time, and I hated that book. I DNF'd it at like 50%.
Yep, Star Wars. Manacled is being published. It's now called Alchemized. It's coming out in 2025. I think it's Penguin Random House, but I'm not positive.
I don't remember.
I've never read it, so I don't know, and I don't know if I ever will read it. I mean, I might read it now that it's getting pubbed. Like, I might do a both because I don't know. I have very torn feelings on where and how to critique fic, but Manacled is so large that I think we have to critique it and what it's doing, like why it's so popular. So,
Business Insider literally wrote an article about it. That's the first thing that pops up is what to know before you read the Harry Potter fanfic.
I don't know. I'm really like put off by how widespread fic is getting in a weird way, and people having we don't have like a central source where people can like learn the rules of fic anymore either. I don't know. It's just getting really dicey, and it's kind of nerve-wracking in a weird way to witness.
Somebody's saying that it might get split into 2 books.
The author has not said that anywhere. She's been reworking it for years, so she like put out her own announcement.
Penguin Michael Joseph has acquired Alchemized. Standalone dark fantasy with enemies to lovers romance that is burns by tender, toxic, and all-consuming. Grappling with themes of trauma, legacy, and the way that love can drive one to extreme darkness. Falls an amnesiac young healer taken in as prisoner of war who must fight to protect her lost memories and the secrets hidden among them. But apparently it's like 880 pages or something.
I guess I can see that. I don't know. To me, I think it depends on what you're doing in universe stuff. You know, are you doing AU? There's so many elements to how I feel about all of that world's fic. Yeah, it's real bad. This too, people do look down on fic, but then they've elevated this fic to like god tier, and it's really weird. It's really weird. I'm gonna say drag them. Who cares? Tag me. I'll drag them back for you. It's fine if they're mean to you. I'll be mean back. That's annoying. And this too, like, I think it just, there's so many elements to it of like, you, and if you're not doing that, you have to like be really clear on your views and why you engage in this group still. Cause like, I know people that write in that fandom and like are very much like queer and, you know, like, and so like, you don't know who the people are that you're interacting with. I don't know. It's such
I am unapologetically a fanfic reader.
I mean, I am too.
Reading Ted Lasso fanfic pretty regularly. Bucky, Jamie,
I'm literally
for a while. Steve from Stranger Things had a moment with me.
I'm convinced that Alexandra Bellafleur's.
It is based on Steve.
Yeah.
Like she's.
I was like, the
this.
cover has to be right. Like,
what is this?
Alexandra Bellafleur has a new book called something Truly Madly Deeply.
Truly Madly Deeply. Have you not seen this cover, May? You had.
It looks exactly like him.
Are you? How have you not seen this? I love that we're gonna read. We have
no.
But yeah, it's an MF by romance about a author and a lawyer, something like that. Something about a podcast.
It's a divorce lawyer podcast.
Yeah,
I've
and
sent
she
you
writes
this.
romance. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 100% Steve Harrington. All right, I'll be reading that.
Oh yeah, like the cover. 100%.
That's
warning. She loves to put HP references in her books, though.
I've never.
Yes.
I know nothing
quite
about
a few times.
Yeah,
I've never read the books. I've never watched the movies.
She didn't in the last one, I don't think.
The Fiancé Farce has one, yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
That's why I haven't read it yet.
Her books.
Because I was like, I'm so annoyed at her for it.
Yeah.
Because she writes such queer stories. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, stop it.
Just don't mention it. Just don't mention it.
There was another book that I just read recently where I was just like, why are we still doing this?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm picky about my fics too. I mean, I'm currently doing a deep dive through an author's backlist.
He is picky about her fics. Guess who sends her the good ones?
You do. I'm very picky about my Bucky fics.
Yeah. I only send her the good ones. It's like, you need to read this.
I do love reading fic, but the problem is that I need to read regular books too because content. Yeah. Sailor Moon was my introduction to fic, so I feel this. It was a long time ago. I read Sailor Moon fics back before fanfiction.net got wiped. Oh. The Great Deletion.
I was devastated when it got wiped. She had a phase with was it SVU? I think she wrote Elliot and Olivia fic. Like, it's always been around.
I love this entire discussion.
Right.
Jason, okay. I might have to check that out. I don't think I've done any DC comic fic. Right now I just read Bucky fic. As May knows. That's like my go-to. There's a author we like that does
they did the best series of Chubby Baker Bucky, and it's self-insert, but they never use like the initials, like the YN.
Yeah, no, you have a nickname.
He gave her a nickname, and that's all he calls her.
It's really fun.
It's amazing.
I definitely read Passions fan fiction too.
I love this. R.I.P. to all the fics I will never be able to read again, nor find, or ever know what I read when I was a child.
I
read Buffy and Passions fan fiction. That was pretty much it.
I think the reason I don't have an issue with real person fic is because the Jonas Brothers had a fan fiction website. That's all you could post. It was called Jonas Brothers Fan Fiction Archive, and I would read it for hours. So I can't look down on people for real person. It doesn't bother me because that's what I started with.
I love that we're having a whole entire revelation about Passions fanfic. This is amazing. I'm sorry.
Love it.
This is amazing. And yes, Bucky is in the Marvel Bucky.
I did chuckle at that because I live in Wisconsin and Madison's mascot is Bucky the Badger.
You know what you need to read? Speaking of Bucky the Badger, you need to try to see if there's like Bucky's fan fiction.
Oh God.
The gas station. You know, I got a TikTok of Bucky. God, was he? I think he was walking it out. Somebody in the mascot costume, and I just was like, the way in which I know this is an Atlanta burb, and I'm obsessed with the fact that this person is doing this.
I am absolutely terrified of mascots. Fun fact.
Same. I feel so seen, Robin.
We walked past a Build-A-Bear and there was like a person in a unicorn mascot, and I screamed to the point where like people came out of stores and were like, my husband was like, oh my God.
When
like, I don't know her.
When we were in high school, my best friend dressed up as our high school mascot and then hunted me down in the school and got upset that I shut a classroom door and would not let her in. It's like, you cannot come in until you take that head off. This is not a thing. So I get the mascot.
I mean, this is also true. There probably is Bucky the gas station fanfic, and
I need you to read it though, because I know nobody that loves Bucky's as much as you do. I talked to my mom on Thursday, and she had done home visits in Richmond, where the Bucky's around us is.
Yeah.
And I said, "Did you stop at Bucky's?" She said, "No, that place makes me feel like I'm going to get overwhelmed, and I've never even seen it."
I like Bucky's.
It's the thing of like when you're on a big road trip through Texas, it sells you on it. Because let me tell you, there ain't shit between places.
Not my mom. She will.
Except for billboards that say prepare for Bucky's in 116 miles.
They do that.
I've never been to a Bucky's, so
You're too far north.
I'm way too far
We're
north.
coming, don't worry.
Just come visit me.
They're coming. They'll come to you before you know it. Because there's one opening on the back way I take to get up to May in Kentucky. Literally, like I was chasing the car. I looked over and I was like, I think that's a Bucky's, because like they're very distinctive buildings.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, are they building a Bucky's in this tiny ass town? And then I Googled it.
Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one?
Yeah.
That you passed? Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be the one in the smallest spot, apparently.
Yeah, because we have the one like 50 minutes from me.
Mm-hmm. And this one's like halfway between the drive between us.
Perfect. Dinosaur World?
Yeah. We'll go to Dinosaur World and we'll go to the Bucky's.
We camp out in the tent.
I know there's Transformer fic. I'm well aware of that one.
I'm not surprised that you know that at all.
It's like we could not be surprised that I know that. But also I know that because like people I know make fun of it. So
I mean,
people you know.
you people have read a Tetris romance and a
say,
Door
really
romance.
I didn't read the Door romance.
I still to this day think the title and cover is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
I am gonna read the Door romance. At some point. Yeah, Bucky's is like capital, but also like it's the best thing on a road trip because the bathrooms are clean always.
That is,
They are.
I mean, important.
Yeah. Yeah, this is true.
I need to read
There's
the
a
Door
lot.
romance.
The reason I'm also not surprised there's a ton of Transformers fic is because like
It's
people
been a-
are weird about that fandom.
You could have just stopped it. People are weird.
They're weird.
I
I can attest to this.
I could not take a Gordon Ramsay pick seriously.
I would not be able to.
Unless he calls you an idiot sandwich, I'm not reading it.
I don't want to read it if he doesn't call you an idiot sandwich.
It's amazing.
The potato romance is a blast. I don't know what you're talking about.
It can't be. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. They have to lay in the dirt to give birth. It's
They have to take the dirt from his original potato farm.
to have it transported and build him a dirt pen in which he lays to have.
So I haven't even read this, and I know this whole plot.
You're welcome. I'm pretty pretty sure I gave the whole plot in the video because I was just like, what is going on? It's so good. This also makes sense.
Have you
You got this. You're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be a door banging of a good time as a buddy read.
Banging.
After is Harry Styles fic. Yes,
I don't know that it's
Taylor.
Taylor Swift, but I know that it is Harry.
It is Harry Styles.
I know it's Harry Styles. I don't know that it's Taylor Swift either.
A la the era of I got sold / whatever to One Direction. There were so many I got sold to One Direction fics, and that was one of them.
Yeah. I was like, I feel like it's probably supposed to be an insert reader.
Have you all
It is.
seen the girl on TikTok that makes fun of the I got sold to One Direction fan fictions? And she like
No.
acts them out.
I love this.
I woke up and shook out my dirty blonde hair in the mirror and brushed my teeth, and I walked downstairs, and there stood Harry Styles.
I need you to know that there's a Bucky reader fic.
My parents said, "I'm sorry, we're in debt to the mob," and somehow they ended up with One Direction.
Or the
I love
ones
it.
where she's like, fine, I'll go to this super popular concert for my age group, but I'm taking my book. Because you can definitely read at every concert I've ever been to.
Because they're not like other girls.
You can't say that. Because I literally sat in a booth at a venue when Grumps' band played and had kids come up to me and ask me if I was okay. And I was like, yeah, I'm married to that one.
That's different.
I'm just here.
That's different. Because it's not, Grumps was not in a One Direction band.
I know, but I still had like teens asking me if I was okay. I'm the old.
Look, I have to be here.
It was like my one a year. I would go to one a year, okay? It's fine. I was the girl in the self-insert. I'm reading my book at this concert.
I'm not like other girls. I'm literate.
With the underground fight clubs, yeah, this is true. I feel like a lot of fics have secret underground fight clubs.
Yeah. Similar. So similar. All the same era.
No, I'm not going to be reading a book at a Beyonce concert.
No.
It's very different.
I took Izzy to a John Mayer concert. You're not even, it was just him. You're not going to sit down and just read a book at a John Mayer concert.
Did you read a book at the John Mayer concert, Izzy?
I should have.
I would have thrown something at you.
I have been known to just open my Kindle reader app and start reading places, but like I literally like purposely brought my Kindles. It was just like sitting on the booth reading, and they were just like, "Are you okay, old lady?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine."
She would have had time.
I would read my book in like before the concert starts. So I've done that before where I've had to sit for something and I like read on my Kindle app.
Yeah.
But like no, while they're performing, I'm not just sitting there reading my book.
That's what the girls
I
in
did
the
sit and read my book while Grumps' band performed.
My brain is now just like literally seeing someone that's like freaking like on the floor, like as close as you can get, and just being like,
okay, during sporting events, yes, I have read a book during.
Same.
those are okay. But
Baseball
sporting
games?
events have a
So
lot of
boring.
lull. Like there's a lot of lull time in sports.
There's
Especially
not
baseball.
much more.
I
Yeah, there's not much more boring than
may or may not have sat in a box and opened the Kindle app on my phone for sporting events and read my book. It's fine.
Yeah. I've definitely read at Brewers
I
game.
could never mosh pit book read. Oh my god, you would die.
Yeah.
We don't want to know the outcome of if I tried that. It would not be a good time. But I wouldn't be the one leaving injured. It'd be everyone else who bumps into me.
Right.
It's the problem.
You like have the like bell reading while walking through town, but it's you in a mosh pit. So like literally you're just like avoiding and just like
no, what happens is Grumps is behind me kicking
Just like
everyone.
punching
shoving them.
throwing elbows.
You're
Yeah,
just like, I
that's the
got
problem.
this. I don't need to worry about it. And you just see him just be like, oh.
What?
To be fair, if I was in a club and I was like tired and bored, I would be in the corner reading a book.
Same. But like
But that would
also this would not be the reaction. Again, people would be like, you okay?
Right. And usually it's
when
because
I'm
you've
like-
been dragged there against your will.
Yeah, no, that's when I'm like, okay, guys, like I had my fun, but unfortunately I'm Dee Dee and y'all won't leave. So I'm just gonna like chill back here with my Coca-Cola.
Oh, nope. Nope, maybe.
It's a kitty.
Like, you picked me up. I don't know about this.
Can you just chill?
No,
Stay.
that is not how that works. You know this.
I mean, the beginning of Pucked, she's reading a book for her book club while like sitting like rinkside, and that's how the main character guy notices her. Is he's like, WTF, why is there this like chick with giant boobs reading? And he like hits the glass and startles her, and she spills her beer all over herself. That's like
Yeah.
the
That would
scene where
happen
they
to
meet.
me, not in like the like I'm hitting on you way, but in the like someone would startle me. Wallace, I'm reading somewhere I maybe shouldn't be reading. And then I'd be like, fuck. But yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
like
I
sees her
bet-
do it, and he bumps that he like hits the glass going past, and she like spills her drink all over herself.
Exactly.
And then he's like, "Why the f are you reading?" And she's like, "We had a stupid book club, and I was not prepared."
I startle easily anyway.
Same. That's
It
not
doesn't
going
want
well
to take
for
a
me.
lot.
It's so loud though at a hockey game. I don't know if it would startle me.
That's true. Well,
It's
if you're
so
close enough to the glass, though, it would startle you.
I mean,
feel
I've
like.
sat in
Yeah.
like the second row.
Okay, that's true.
I want to go to a
everything's
hockey game.
loud.
I have never been to a hockey game.
Oh,
I
they're
need
so
to.
fun.
It's actually
fun.
one of the only sports that I'll actually watch while I'm there.
And it drives me crazy because there's a freaking giant billboard that like they changed the date for the next, because it's one of the
Mhm.
electronic ones. So I see it on my way to work because it's like right in front of my building, and I'm just like, oh, the next game, I should really get tickets for it. And then I just completely forget. And then I'm
Yeah,
like,
we
oh
need to
yeah,
go see the Predators while we live here for sure. Because I do like going to hockey. That's like the one sport I like enjoy attending.
You guys have the NHL team that we're the farm team for because we have the Admirals.
Oh,
So we're the farm team for your guys' NHL team.
I had no
Fun
idea.
fact.
I get emails for the Predators all the time, Easy.
Yeah, because we went and saw John Mayer in that venue.
They're like,
Yeah.
come see the Predators. I'm like, is John Mayer going to be there?
Yeah. So
I'm
we
not
get
gonna-
your players all the time, and then you get our players all the time because they're owned by the same.
we have a pro team and a farm team, but I don't know if our farm team goes into our pro team or not.
Some of them don't actually.
Yeah, that's because they're weird. I know that our basketball, I think it's our basketball farm team is like in Florida
Yeah.
from like my
Well,
hometown.
like in Charlotte, North Carolina, the Knights, their minor league baseball farms for like the Jets.
Yeah.
No, not the Jets, the Giant, whatever. One of the New York, not the Yankees. It's one of the other teams up there.
Well,
I can't keep all the New
The-
York teams.
The San
straight.
Antonio Missions do not farm for anyone in Texas.
I want to say the Predators owner lives in like Chicago or something like that, or
Probably.
southern Wisconsin, which is why he owns both of them.
That tracks. This is like an in between, like that would be an in between the two places too.
Yeah. And so like he wanted to own like something in Wisconsin because like it was near where he
Mhm.
grew up or whatever. I don't know. It's like a whole weird thing.
I don't know. My whole goal right now is I want to go to a women's hockey game now since we have
Oh, yeah, that'd
multiple
be fun.
teams. So I'm going to somehow make that happen.
We don't
Maybe.
We have a minor league baseball team.
Mm-hmm.
For a basketball obsessed state, we do not have any professional leagues outside of the minor
We
league
have,
baseball team.
we have basketball and we have baseball. I mean, obviously, our basketball team has won multiple times.
Our college team, I think they lost today though. I don't know.
Milwaukee can't have a college football team. We are paid by Madison to not have a college football team
Oh, because of the Packers.
because of the Madison football team, the college team.
Okay.
Madison doesn't want local competition, so
They used to do that with Georgia State, I think, and Georgia
Yeah.
Tech and stuff. They used to pay Georgia State, I think, to not have a football team.
yeah,
And then now Georgia State has one,
yeah.
which is like, I was like, that's two very different schools.
Yeah.
And I don't have, yeah,
Yeah, I've always thought it was weird,
Weird.
but apparently
it
that's
is weird
why.
when they do that.
Yeah. Like that seems like a waste of money.
And that's like in the Carolinas too, though. Most of the teams are in Charlotte, and then there's a couple, like the hockey teams in Raleigh. but I think everything else is in Charlotte just about.
Yeah.
And there's no, I don't think there's an MLB team, but yeah. That sucks. You guys should have hockey there. It's cold there.
Yeah.
Same.
I would love to get paid to not do something.
Like if you could just not.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
My issue with baseball games is they're in the summer and it's so hot.
It is hot.
Not here, it's not. A lot of times our preseason, it's still snowing.
I am in Texas. I have been to baseball games outside and it's like triple digits. And I'm like, I
Gross.
can't. I will die.
Gross.
Our tickets, like our when our MLB tickets go on sale, it is like there's a name for it, but it's usually people sitting outside in like sub-zero temperatures in line waiting for tickets. And
No,
then
thank you.
opening day is usually like maybe 40 degrees. That's so cool.
Do we live in the same country? Because like genuinely, I don't understand.
I don't think you did. I don't think we do. I don't think any of us do.
Having lived like across the lake from where you're at, I don't miss it.
That's
Because I've lived on the Michigan side of Lake Michigan.
You guys got
in
more
middle
snow than
school.
us too.
Yeah. Yeah, we moved from South Florida to there, so that was fun.
That's a big change.
Wow.
Yeah. That was fun.
Yeah, because that side of the lake gets all of the snow
Mm-hmm.
because of the way that the wind streams go. It's actually why we get less snow than what people think because
Yeah.
of the way that
I just remember how cold.
it's so cold.
Like I feel like temp-wise, I'm like same ballpark.
It's really cold.
I don't
Yeah.
miss it. Megan, what are you gonna read?
I'm reading The Fixer by Jessica Gadziala because I finished Sinful Vow and I liked it. I did like Sinful
I
Vow.
am diving into Sinful Vow, so that's my pick
Yay.
for tonight.
Did you listen to it on audio or did you read it physically?
I have a new Kindle, so I've been reading it on my Kindle.
I just want to know how the audiobook is.
I listened to the
it
sample;
doesn't
it was
matter.
good. And
The audiobook for Plie, I said this yesterday, the male narrator is not good. So if you wanted to listen to Plie, don't.
Is it the same for A Turn in the Air?
No, I think it's a different
no, it's
male
different
narrator.
narrator.
Okay, good. Okay.
So that's the one relief. So yeah, I'm gonna read Sinful Vow now because I was like, why not? Because things. Oh, that is also a hard transition.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm sorry for you. I feel bad. That's terrible.
Yeah, The North sucks. I don't recommend it.
May, what are you reading?
The Stage Kiss by Amelia Jones.
Oh, okay. Robin, what are you reading?
Love Scammed by Rosie Adams.
Oh, okay.
Pivot.
Pivoting,
I'm
yeah.
just curious what everyone's reading. I'm like, ooh, nosy.
Yeah, so let's do our first sprint because we've chatted.
We've only
for
been
over an
talking
hour.
for like over an hour.
Apologies. We really got distracted. Y'all did your job in chat and distracted us big time.
You can't get us talking about fan fiction.
No.
We
It's just
ended up
not
talking
okay.
about Major League Sports.
And then we pivoted from fanfic to sports, so it's fine.
It's all fine.
Let's get back to the grind of reading. Let us know what you're reading in the comments, and we'll be back in 45 minutes to talk about our reads. Hello.
Hello.
How did we do?
Hello.
Robin had to go, FYI. I like looked up and I was like, where'd she go? And then I saw she messaged.
Wait, why are there only 3 of us?
Yeah, it threw me for a hot second.
I am on page 37. I had a
Okay.
couple minutes left, but it was the start of the next chapter, so I just decided to pause.
That makes sense.
Yeah. I'm 44% through, and it's getting good.
I love that. I made it 16% into Sinful Vow. I'm enjoying it so far. I don't love that the twins are named Lucia and Luca.
Yeah.
It's too samey. I can't. I don't like that.
My aunts are twins, and they're named very similarly, so I think it's just a thing people do.
I know it is. I just don't. It always weirds me out when kids have like almost the same name. I love that you finished this. I'm glad to hear it's spicy because I do. It's literally sitting over here. I want to read it soon. All right, Yona 3. Perfect. Oh, I hope you feel better. But also ordering dinner in's like the best. So always worth it. Dang, I feel like you flew through that book. I'll be curious to see your review on it. 61% Catching Fire. You'll be done with that tonight. Easily.
Mm-hmm.
Slaying the Vampire Conqueror. Is that the Elise Kova? No, that one's like Duel or something, isn't it? I don't know if I know this one. I'm excited. I feel like we're getting more vampire books this year again, and I'm very excited about it.
I love vampires.
And werewolves. I like both.
Same. Vampires and werewolves are great.
Okay, no, it's The Curse of Broadman. That's right. I was like, I know I recognize this title, so I could not remember which one of the two I was mixing.
What is the Blood Gift?
I was about to go look this up. Also, Blood Gift. Oh, is this the second book after the Blood Trials? I need to read that first book.
I don't know what either of these things are.
Have you ever seen this?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I've seen that cover. I know what it is now.
Yeah. I didn't even realize there was a second one, but I do want to read that one really bad. I've heard nothing but good things. Okay, thank you. I was like, I feel like I should know this, but I forgot that the sequel came out. I'm not gonna lie. There's so many sequels right now. 5 pages, that's a win. If you jumped in the last 3 minutes of that first sprint, I mean, that's a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Sinful Vow already. I'm very curious to see where this is going, I guess.
That's fair. I liked it.
Yeah, I think I will. I'll be surprised if I don't. I've definitely been in a mafia, like dark mafia romance mood, so like I'm just excited.
I've been in a dark mood lately, so
read the Toxic Paradise series.
Okay.
I think I told you to read that when you were asking for KU books. I'm not sure though, because that's definitely. I'm getting similarities between this one and that book.
Oh, okay, cool.
May, your phone case getting complimented.
Thank you.
She's in her heart phase.
She is. Pink hearts. I love it.
What you're talking about?
I don't know what I'm talking about at all. You were not in a heart sweatshirt earlier today.
You weren't in a bless your heart sweatshirt for the last day of stream, or
last night.
I would never. Okay, I didn't buy. I don't have 12 heart straws in my dishwasher with my heart modern cup. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have another one of these that's black with like light pink chalk scribble looking hearts on it either.
I love it.
Mother's Day, when I feel like this is too Valentine's Day. I don't have hearts on my nails either. I don't know what you're talking about. I definitely won't. I wouldn't do that.
Pish posh.
What is being caught up on books from last month even? I'm still catching up on 2023 releases.
I just don't
That's
pay
a lot
attention to
coming.
release dates anymore. I'm just like, I'll read whatever when I read it.
Well, the only reason I have been is I'm trying to get through. I want to read all of my 2024 books that I have arcs of. I would like maybe sooner than later, maybe by March.
That's fair.
It's like the last 2 weeks besides this weekend I've been focusing only on arcs. So like this is nice because it's giving me a break from that. But also so many arcs from previous years. I'm working on it. My oldest arc is from 2016, so I've got some catching up to do. My newest one doesn't come out until August, so like it's fine. It's fine. Yeah.
I feel that. It's fine.
Yeah, I am too. It's fine. I'm working on it and I'm going to get better this year. Oh, that book's so cute.
I need to read that book. I think I own it and I need to actually read it.
It's really cute. It's very fun. Very worth it. I was going to do that and then I did not keep up in December. So now I'm just behind. So the goal is to kind of catch myself back up here. We'll see.
I just stopped trying to get arcs because I never read them.
I am basically not requesting anymore unless I get them from Forever because I don't have to request from them. I'm auto approved. But I'm going to be working on that. May is Megan, but we call her May because there's about 20 other Megans.
Yeah.
Thus she goes by May.
It's also what the kids call me.
Mm-hmm.
It's my aunt name.
That's fair.
Roll with it.
But it also just like there's like in every chat we're in almost, there is another Megan that somebody knows, and it gets very confusing.
John May.
Yep.
Yeah, see? Paperback Bunny is also a Megan.
Yeah.
Everyone's a Megan.
Feels that way sometimes.
So it's supposed to be pronounced Megan, right? And so my family's called me May my whole life. So it has become an extension of who I am as a human.
Yeah.
So
But it's
I never noticed, like in my brain, the difference between Megan and Megan.
Mm-hmm.
And so people like, at least the past couple months have been like, oh, is it Megan or Megan? And I'm like, I heard no difference between those.
I barely hear a difference. I hate to say this.
So I was literally just like, call me either one because they sound the same.
I just let people call me whatever. I don't care.
I feel like
My mom
When
called me Megan.
when we became friends, I just always called you May. But it's because I know so many Megans. You're May.
Yeah, I was like, it's not a unique name.
I call her Megan when I'm frustrated with her. She freaks out. I called her Megan when we were out together in Kentucky, and she just turned around and looked at me and was like, "Excuse me? That is not your partner's name."
That is
Like
exactly
May.
what I do to my nephew too. So when my nephew, he has another aunt. My sister-in-law has a sister, and her name starts with an M as well.
Mm-hmm.
He calls her Aunt her name.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm Aunt May. I've always been Aunt May or just May. And he was
Mhm.
like 7 or something. And he goes, Megan. And I whipped around and looked at him and I said, who are you talking to? Because I know it's not me. And he goes,
Mhm.
but that's your name. Nana said that's your name. And I said, I don't care what Nana said. You call me May. You want to call Nana something? Call her Granny. That's what this feels like. Do not call me by my full name. My cousin's kids call me Megan. Or Megan. Like whichever one, they call me by the whole. And my
Mm-hmm.
cousin looks at me like, that's May.
My cousin tried calling me Meggie, and I was like, I will punch you.
I occasionally, very rarely do I get Meg. Very few people get to call me Meg without getting throat punched.
My family will call me Megs or Megsy, like MEGZ. So like that, but that's like
That fits
only
you.
my family.
May, you are not a Meg. I'm sorry.
I'm not a Meg, but my
Doesn't fit
next
you.
door neighbor growing up, he called me Meg.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's the only person that ever did that, but he to this day calls me Meg.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like I think spouse's best friend will call me Megs, MEGZ. And I'm like, that's fine. That's what my family
That
calls
works
me.
for you. That makes sense to me. But
I've never
I-
been Meg.
I have the edge that May
Yeah.
doesn't have.
May just fits. I don't know.
May does fit.
It
And I
works for
spell it
you.
MAE.
Mm-hmm.
What's my mom occasionally, very rarely does she text me and call me May, but she called me May the other day in a text message.
That's
It's
funny.
like it was me, her, and my dad.
I would Berkeley auto approval would not be as tempting. Because I have been getting approved. One, Berkeley like used to never approve me, but now they're approving me, which is great. But like I request like 3 books a year for them, maybe 4. Because me and Berkeley don't get along.
I don't even
We're
know.
not friends.
I don't even know I don't know who publishes what.
I feel like I know more now because of ARCs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Berkeley really doesn't like to approve me very often. So I just kind of don't pay attention. But in a shocking turn of events, I did get The Truth According to Ember, which I'm very excited for.
Bestie's text.
Yeah. Do you want to share with the group? I sent Bestie the Bucky's fic that I found, y'all. And I think I broke her.
Bestie's a trooper because she's reading it.
Well, no, she's done reading it now.
Oh, is she done reading it now?
I think so. I jokingly told her to read it. She was like, well, I can't. I don't have a link. And I was like, here you go.
This is how it goes. This is how it starts. Izzy sends a screenshot of the post. Oh, it's recording me. She doesn't need to know. Watching.
She was watching us earlier on her TV.
So Izzy sends a screenshot of the post. You're reading this tonight. Oh God. I mean, I don't have the link, so I couldn't anyways. LOL. Hold on. Bestie, wait, does someone dress up as Bucky's and have sex with someone else? And then Izzy sends the link. Great, you're welcome. He does not like Gainesville, Florida. Oh God. And then it's a gif of Phoebe and Rachel. And it's Phoebe going, my eyes. And it's as horrific as it sounds. I read up to he laid me down on a Bucky's couch and had to stop reading. What? Bucky's has a couch? I cannot. Quotations. He lets out a happy sound and gently guides me to the furniture zone. He takes his time undressing me. He lowers me onto a Bucky's themed couch.
Oh my God.
And I have questions. And now I've only been in Bucky's once or twice. Is there a furniture zone that I missed?
I pretty much said, I was like, I don't think there's couches at Bucky's in this chat.
There are sometimes chairs.
But like, is there a furniture area?
I think it's just like the home goods, maybe. Like
No,
like,
I don't think there is.
There's not a proper furniture area, but occasionally they'll have like stools or chairs with like all the wall hangings and stuff.
Again, I don't think there's like, not in the way it's being written in this book. I read like the first paragraph and a half of it, and I was like, I'm done. This is not good. Because he was already like, because it's Omegaverse, so there's like Slick, and I can't.
Oh no.
Cannot. And he was Slick from eating the Bucky's food, and I was like, nope.
That's a lot. I did a Dungeons and Dragons one shot where the main boss was Bucky, just a giant beaver.
That's perfect.
It was amazing.
I like that.
It was great. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the S&P stuff sucks because there's some books I have from them that I would like to read and be able to talk about, but I can't.
Izzy, Megan, are you all interested in seeing an updated picture of Sebastian Stan from the other day?
Yes, please, always. Thank you. My husband, yes. There. It's back.
It's coming. He starts filming the Thunderbolts like next month.
I'm excited.
The Thunderbolts.
I don't know if I get their emails or not. I don't pay attention. I've read a good bit of Jackie Lau. I enjoy her books. I don't think... I feel like she's like a consistently okay author for me. And that's okay. Like, I like having authors that I know I'm going to have like a decent time reading, but aren't always going to be favorites.
Like safety net authors.
Yeah, kind of.
Like, I'm going to enjoy this
Like,
book. It's my favorite. May not ever really think about it again, but I know this is a book I'll read and I'm going to be okay.
Well, and like a good example for me is like Zoraida Cordova. I always enjoy her books. They're not always my favorite. I mean,
Trying
you
to
can
think of
get the
who.
book, you just can't talk about it anywhere, basically, is the way the boycott works right now.
Yeah.
Like, don't give marketing to it. So that's what I did. I mean, I had gotten books before it all started, so I just have a bunch staring at me now that I'm like, great. I should sit on you.
I got Her Big City Neighbor from the library, but I never started it.
I've enjoyed a good bit of Jackie Lau stuff, but not like, again, it's just like consistently decent. Not terrible, not amazing. And some of hers don't, like, some work more than others, but I have not read that one either.
I think Kristen Ashley is my like safety net person because I know exactly what I'm going to get with every single one of her books.
I could see that. Heyo, the next Sierra Simone is on Edelweiss, so I got that. This made me think. I was like, I need to go check Edelweiss. I haven't looked in a while.
I only have NetGalley, and I don't even.
I am only on Edelweiss because I get I'm auto approved for some publishers over there that I don't always get on NetGalley.
That's
So
fair.
I'll always check and like grab some stuff. Ew,
Viz
gross,
hates
ew.
me, so
Piper CJ. Viz
And I
doesn't
feel
like
like I
anyone.
I
I will tell you. I don't know anyone who's really getting approved for Viz anymore on NetGalley. So
I was like, Kodansha is just like, yeah, everyone take the book, and Viz is like, no.
yeah. I've never been approved for them. Shay's even not getting their books sometimes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I also get random stuff on Edelweiss from Simon and Schuster, which I like that I'll get things here and there. I don't worry about my Edelweiss books as much. Like, I mostly make sure I review on NetGalley.
That's fair.
And then go from there. But I like it because I get a lot of Bloom books on Edelweiss, so I can pick them up before they like get repubbed and read them. / not waste a KU spot. So that's nice. But yeah, I'm very frustrated because I have quite a few that I'm really excited for that are just gonna sit there until things end. And heck, one of my most anticipated YAs is St. Martin's, and yeah, it's fine. I'm hoping we get a resolution soon. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
I say that, and I'm like, you know.
Yep.
I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore. But yeah, I also like I've just got to get my NetGalley up. Exactly. I feel like since Edelweiss doesn't have the ratio, I worry about it less. And just get to them when I get to them. But NetGalley, I'm like fighting for my life right now to get back to 70%. And then maybe I'll hit 80 this year. I did the math. It was a lot of books for me to like hit a good percent again.
I just stopped like a couple of years ago, like requesting because I was like, I'm not reading any of these arcs.
If I submit 48 reviews this year, I'll hit 80%. It's like that's doable. It's not impossible. I do think something will happen eventually because I think there is enough being withheld on other platforms that it will affect them more than just like big booktubers do, if that makes sense. Because I do think, unfortunately, there's a reality in which booktube is less of a drive. Yeah, you did used to have to like link it to another platform. And then now you don't. You can just post it on NetGalley, I think, with no link. Yeah, I read, it's a handful a year. Like literally it's a handful a year. And it sucks because like some of my most anticipated this year are from them. Like I only have like 4 or 5 arcs from them for this year, which is not a lot. So yeah. It changed a while ago.
Yeah, I was like, it's been a bit.
Oh, you can still add links,
Yeah, you can.
but it doesn't
You just don't have
require
to.
it. So I never do. I just post my link to NetGalley.
Maybe I'll
I don't know.
maybe I'll see if there's any books that I want now that I have my Kindle.
Yeah. That's yeah, you just have to check like the Goodreads box or share the link to the Goodreads review, I think. But now because people are so split between Storygraph and Goodreads, I think that's part of it. Assuming. I don't know.
Yeah, I use Storygraph. I basically stopped using Goodreads.
I use both now. They fixed a lot of my problems with Storygraph in the last bit here, so that's nice. But I like the social aspect of Goodreads for finding books.
That's fair, yeah.
I didn't even know this was a feature on the NetGalley app. I've used it like 3 times to once to listen to one of the audiobook arcs. I've gotten twice because they just fixed it. Because for a while the audiobook arcs were like weird when you sped them up on their app. So like I gave up on them and then they fixed it. So now I can listen to them and I don't hate it. So I don't know. Shall we read some more? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling
Yeah.
reading.
I was fanfic while we were doing this, so
Who are you reading?
it was Bucky.
Yay, the
It
best.
was a Bucky one. He popped up on my feed, and I said, "Okay."
Okay, this is thrilling, and I'll have to try and mess with it because that makes me excited. Yeah, I'm basically I don't request a ton. It's mostly Forever, and then a couple other smaller titles I'll request, like some tour titles occasionally.
I am caught up on the manga that I requested from them. Anytime I request manga, I will.
Yeah. Well, it's easy then to like just kind of dive through it, I feel like.
Yeah.
But that's why I like the last 2 weeks. This last week and next week I'm focusing on NetGalley reviews just to try and like get some progress.
Mhm.
Give myself some momentum. But yeah, I'm gonna continue Sinful Vow. I'm assuming Stage Kiss for you, May, and Megan the Fixer. So we're gonna read some more. We'll be back in 45. Let us know what you're pivoting to. Hello. Peace, leave the couch alone.
Oh,
Millie's mad because I'm stretched out, and she, come on, get up here. Come on, jump over my foot. Good job. She got down for a minute, and I stretched out, and she's like, wait, but where do I go?
oh.
But where do I go?
Don't be mean to my nieces.
I'm not.
You're fussing at peas.
Yeah, because we described, look at, am I mean? Look at this.
Oh.
You
Look at
play
this.
favorites.
Look at it. She's just vibing. Existing. Wishing you were here.
I know Peas does.
Peas does.
Peas misses me.
I left Peas like a pile of blankets on the floor though, and she's been laying on those like happily and making biscuits on and off. So
I love when cats make biscuits. It's just so cute.
yeah, we got a couple extra minutes of reading in because I forgot to hit start on the timer. So you're welcome. How did we do?
I read about 45 more pages.
Hell yeah.
I'm
Look
at
at you.
52%.
Okay. Trucking through this book.
Yep.
I feel like Jessica Godzilla, like, though I don't always love her books, they read pretty quick.
Yeah, it's very readable.
Mm-hmm. I made it another 11% and then I stopped because, like, literally we had less than 2 minutes left. And I hit the chapter and I was like, I'm just going to wait. But I'm really liking Sinful Vow. I love that she's a badass too.
Me
like,
too.
That,
She's so cool.
you will like the Toxic Paradise series because same vibe for the heroines in that series.
Okay. I was like, she's the best.
Yeah. And the White Shoes one I just freaking love. Hey Shay.
Bye.
No worries. That'll be fun. I'm excited to see your Archer Voice annotation vlog and to read Archer's Voice at some point this year.
It made me cry, so I didn't want to reread it ever.
I've never read it, but I got the special edition to annotate, so I'm going to do a read through and annotate at the same time.
It was the book that made me realize I can't trust Bree's recommendations because she likes to feel sad.
First of all,
but she'll tell you nothing makes her cry, so she's lying to us.
Exactly.
We don't.
Did you say no Bree slander?
It's not Bree slander. We all know she loves
facts.
books that people are like make me sob, make other people sob.
Yeah, she loves books that emotionally hurt people. And I did not know that when she recommended Archer's Voice, and then I read it, and I was like, I will never trust this woman again.
I did not cry.
Interesting.
But I don't typically.
Yeah.
Crying's not a thing that I do.
Heather, I am sad that your D&D is running long, so you can't finish Fear the Flames.
Heather.
Hello again, Shay. How dare she? Rude. I did play with the NetGalley feature that reads your book to you, though, and that is really cool. So I'm excited to use that to get through the books I have that are compatible with it, because 100% just going to clear that shelf. It's not every book I have, but like a good portion. Like a handful, we'll say. Not like all of them, but a handful are available. So I'm like, we're doing this. We are doing this. Nice. 23%. That's good. Steady progress. Nice. I have no idea how long Archer's Voice is, so that seems right. I think it's like 400-ish. 350 maybe.
I think so. It's a little because there's more to it than it just being a romance. Like it is a romance.
Yeah.
Just a little bit extra.
DNF the book. DNF it. Just DNF it. It's not worth it.
Don't torture yourself.
Don't.
Nice. I'm happy to hear it's sweet. I said I saw that series going around on Twitter today and I was like, ooh. So that's exactly the report I wanted to know about it being good and sweet. So fun time.
I do need
380-ish. Okay.
everyone to know that I sent my Anna Snapchat video of me telling her I'm thriving reading this book.
Yeah.
Because they're talking about things in DC. And I'm like, I know what they're talking about. we did that. And then I changed I accidentally printed a bunch of these and they started printing. So now this is also very fittingly my bookmark for this book.
I
Love
love
it.
it.
He was part of a traveling, well, I guess it wasn't really traveling, but last time I went to DC, I went to see a play.
I love it.
They're doing it.
I mean, half of your trip was to go see that play. Like
that was the
entire
entire point of the trip.
Mhm.
This trip of a lifetime. I tried to get her to go back. She said no. So I was like, we can go back in March. And she was like, no, we can't. Can't do this with you again. You're not going to survive another potential meeting.
Oh,
You'll end up in jail. And I was like, I will not end up in jail. I kept it together.
I don't think that's why you'll end up in jail, but I won't say why I think you would end up in jail on the live. Huh?
Every time I go to meet somebody semi-famous, my mom reminds me that she's not going to bail me out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
So she called me once to tell me that about a basketball player. It's like,
I love it.
she said, your dad won't bail you out of jail, and I'm not going to be around to bail you out of jail. Thanks, Mom. Love that you have that much faith in me.
It's valid to just be like, hey, heads up, I'm not doing it.
okay. I've downloaded the first book of the Toxic Paradise series.
Yes. I hope you enjoy it. I really
I
had
also
fun
hope
with that
I enjoy
series.
it.
Like, it was so much fun. I really marathoned it. Because it just was one of those ones where I was like, this is a blast and exactly what I need. And that mix of dark. I know. She's awake. We're just getting settled again.
Oh,
You're the one who left. But I appreciate it because then I can put my legs up. She was like in the perfect spot where I could not put my legs up. So
Oh,
I was just like, that's fine. I'll suffer. I guess that's what we do. Shay, I cannot remember the series name, but the book is called The Red Zone, but it's a Black author writing a football romance, and now I can't find it. And I just had it pulled up, like right before the last sprint, because I saw it on Twitter and was like, yes, need to read. But I, of course, have now lost it. I mean, Amazon's not, it's the one time Amazon's not like, here's the thing you last looked at. Like normally it'll show me the books I last looked at. No. Showing me journals. Okay. Never mind. I'll find it.
You sent me journal links yesterday.
I know. But I looked at it on Amazon on my phone a minute ago, so it should have shown up. It should have shown up.
I was like,
I know why it's showing me journals. I just was like, that's not the last thing I technically looked at on Amazon. So it's fine. I'll find it in a minute. Browse more in the Kindle store. But yeah, no, I'm just thriving in dark books right now. It's that time of year though. I feel like this is when I read all the dark books.
that's fair.
For whatever reason. It's suggesting me every other book that I have looked at in the last couple days. Which is hilarious to me. But not the one I need. Exactly. Like, what? How did we get here? Okay. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We'll find it later. And now Twitter's half unusable to search stuff. But I know Brianna's, I think, reading the one that I'm talking about, so we'll see if she chimes in later. Or I'll find it on her Goodreads.
Fair.
But yeah. Has anything interesting happened in the Stage Kiss yet, May? Or is it just kind of all Pride and Prejudice? Is it just eat back and forth?
Oh.
He shows up.
Okay.
And immediately looks at the girl. She's a paid understudy for Liz.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not supposed to be on stage. It's supposed to be this other girl. And he keeps looking at her, and it's their first time meeting. This is the first It's less than the first 10 pages. And he's like, you look really familiar. And she's like, well, I did this show and I did that show and stuff, like talk about different off Broadway stuff she'd done. And he then tells her, no, you were in that commercial for erection medicine.
Oh my God.
And she gets pissed and he's mean about it. Like he won't stop talking about it. So she finally like gets away and his best friend is trying to date her best friend. And it's like going to be her best friend's first male-male relationship.
Aww.
And he's like trying to like, he's only recently, her best friend Maddox has just recently come out as bi. And there's a little bit of like history around what happened with the guy that he was seeing. And Brennan's best friend is trying to date him. And he's like, this is not a good idea. You should not do this. And the best friend's like, you insulted her. Don't be an asshole. So anyway, the leading lady goes missing. Nobody can find her. So ends up Eden, our main character, has to fill in, and she is now Liz for the rest of the foreseeable future. And they have to kiss and stuff. He is consistently getting meaner to her, and he thinks it's funny, and he doesn't realize that it's pissing her off. Like, she's not acting.
Yeah.
She's
that's fun.
mad. And so there's a guy that he went to Juilliard with that's on the tour that plays his best friend. And he sees her getting close to him, and he's like, I don't like this. And the guy spins her this big story about how he had this girlfriend, and he got a role that Brennan wanted, and so Brennan slept with his girlfriend. And I don't think that's what happened.
Interesting.
I think there's going to be some like
a
drama that's going to make it make more sense.
Yeah.
He keeps staring at her chest when they go to kiss because he's like 6'4". He has to put his forehead on hers so she can see that like he's not looking in her eyes, he's looking down, and she pinches the back of his neck every time he does it. So they just did a press thing together where he tried to bring up another embarrassing Big Pharma commercial that she did, and he can't figure out why she won't get in an Uber with him. He's like, let's just share an Uber. And she's like, I would rather not be near you for the rest of my life. Because
I do not blame her.
And he thinks that it's all fun. And she's just pissed. She's like, no, I want to punch you in the face. And he's just like, tee.
I love it.
So it's really good.
That's always a fun dynamic.
Yeah.
So we'll see. He also just got out of like a long-term relationship. So he's just kind of being a douche to everybody. And everybody that he's friends with is like letting it slide. Saying, hey, don't be like that. I don't think that's cool. And he's like, no, it's fine. I'm like, I don't think she likes this. And he's like, no, it's fine. So I'm waiting on her to snap. That'll be fun.
Hit him.
That will be fun. I do
Punch
love
him.
that. Yeah, it's gonna be a different series, but I can't find it. Like, I literally cannot find it on Amazon. I cannot find it on Twitter. But like, again, Twitter's search is like freaking literally ruined right now. Like, it does not work.
Are you bad mouthing Elon?
Yeah, I know. But yeah, so I can't find it. But yeah, it was a Black romance series that was football, and now I'm like, somebody I saw. Well, they like keep changing your timeline too. Like, where it'll just like shuffle your timeline, I feel like. So like, I'll see a thing and then it vanishes. And I'm just like, I swear to God, I was trying to save that.
Hey, I'm bored. Want to play
Hello.
Road Match?
Okay.
My phone just started talking.
Isabel got a big rant about this last night. But I need to show you. Here's the picture from my rant. Okay. The post says the duet Kentuckians are patiently waiting for.
No one's waiting for that duet.
I'm not.
She literally has an album called Tortured Poets Society, and Hosier's not even on it. I don't understand.
That was a missed opportunity, yeah.
Like, he is the most tortured man. I don't understand.
I just think we leave Timmy Ty out of it, you know?
I don't
Let him and
disagree.
Sonora May live happily ever after in Irvine. He's got like 3 more albums before he pieces out of the music industry. Let's just let him live. 110 miles away in his little camper on her family's property. It's just
They don't have a house. They're just living in a camper.
no. So he has an album called Country Squire where he sings about like fixing up a camper,
Mm-hmm.
and he actually did that. I don't think they
Okay.
live there. I do think that's
Okay.
that house, but he does reside in Kentucky most of the time.
Mm-hmm. I knew that. Well, they're both from there and their family's there, so why would they leave?
He is from more northern, and he's from where I'm from.
Mm-hmm. May's talking about Tyler Childers and
Yeah, if anyone's
Taylor Swift.
yeah,
Photo of them,
maybe mad.
which is interesting. I'm trying to scroll my feed in literal hopes that like it pops up again because this is driving me nuts. I hate this about Twitter now.
I don't remember the last time I've opened my Twitter.
I am still there because book drama happens there for Romancelandia, and if I can't like,
fair.
I often have to go get screenshots there. So it's just kind of a byproduct. And there's some people that I still follow in there that kind of haven't moved anywhere else. So it sucks because they do a good job. Oh, maybe it'll help if I'm on the correct. I fucking hate this app. It's the worst. But I gotta find it now because I was like, oh my god, I need to add this. And then it's just gone.
Izzy, what does your shirt say?
Hot girls read books.
Good girls.
Good girls read books. I'm sorry. This one's good girls read books. I was in my bookish one earlier, but I stained it when I had dinner.
Oh,
Because I'm talented.
Is it Love in the Red Zone?
Maybe? I just remember Red Zone, and I was like, yep, okay. I'll find that. And not thinking, oh yeah, that is, a title in a bajillion books.
This one is, it's a black
If I
girl,
see the-
and readers also enjoyed Christina C. Jones.
Oh, is it Love Belvin?
Yeah. Lev Belvin is this one that I'm looking at.
I gotta see the cover and I will tell you. He's in like Nope.
Oh
He's
no,
in like sweatpants on the cover. That's what's throwing me. He was in like sweatpants and shirtless on the cover. And I swear to God, it said something Red Zone. I'll find it in like 2 weeks. And I'll be like, oh my God, there it is.
in like 2 weeks.
Literally, though. Like, it'll just be the thing where I'll be like, oh my God, look. I feel like that's how it always happens. I'll see a book and then I'll see it again somewhere else. And I'll be like, oh, you were there. You did exist. I'm still scrolling in hopes, but I don't think I'm gonna find it. That's fine. Shall we continue? Read
Like
some
the
more?
book would pop up like right after you end the stream.
Mm-hmm. As soon as we start sprints, I'll find it again.
And then you'll be like, guys, pause.
I will. I will pause this and be like, I found it. I'm just like scrolling.
She asked.
But I think it might have been
Red
an ad.
like
so.
Karina Alice.
Hold on. The problem is I gotta pivot. I don't think that was her name though. But maybe. Nope. It has a black guy on the cover. It's not a white author. Like, it is a black romance from what I could tell. So that is not it. And that's why I'm like trying to find it. Because I always want. We got enough white ladies writing football romances.
True.
So I'll find it. But let's read some more. Because I do want to see where things are going in Sinful Thou. Because, like, she's asserted herself with him. And I freaking love it. because he's here for it.
He is here for it. I do love that.
He's like, when she whips that gun out on his cousin, he's like, yes.
Yeah.
All right. We're good to go. And it's the best thing ever.
Hmm.
All right. There we go. We're pulled up. All right. I'm going to hit start now. And we'll be back. I found it.
Shit, Izzy.
I told you I'd come tell you when I found it.
I didn't know you meant during the sprint.
Yeah. I paused it. I found it. I have a good memory. I photographically remembered the cover. Like,
I'm
homies in
loving
sweatpants.
I'm just loving May right now. I'm really happy that I got back in time to watch that reaction.
Anyway, I said I was gonna say when I found it. I found it. Anyways, yeah, the first book is called Red Zone. Just like to lovers, or the third book. Endless Nights is the series. So,
I'm
there you
gonna
go. You're welcome, everyone. Back to your books.
May, are you okay?
I didn't mean to scare you. I wasn't on purpose.
You might
Were you
have gotta
napping?
get
Like,
back your book.
It wasn't on purpose. Okay, we're gonna read again. Bye. Sorry. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Have you recovered from the shock, May?
Yes, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Ask again tomorrow. Now, I'm easily frightened.
I didn't mean to scare you. I really didn't. It was not on purpose. You know that.
I think you're
Lovely.
it though.
Me too. Made me giggle, but I did not mean to. I just finally got smart and was like, let me try and see if I can use my phone history because I'd clicked on the link. And I
Ooh.
was like,
That
because
is
I was like,
smart.
I know I looked at their author page. And they used a clip art / person model I had seen previously. So, yeah. I'm just happy I found it. Nice, Shay. Have a good night. Have fun setting up the store.
Night.
See, I feel like my book just amped up. So, like, I'm going to lay in bed and read probably.
Same.
Same.
But I want to wash my face, like, real bad. So, that will be happening immediately.
There's something on my computer screen. I thought I had a zit popping up on my head.
Oh, no. Nice. I feel like that's good progress. And it's still early in mountain time. Earlier. 22. Nice. This is like my reading. I remembered that I had read Set. I think that's not by Sean. That's by somebody else, isn't it? Or is that by Sean?
That's by, isn't it Alexandria House?
I don't know. Yeah, one of those series though. Like some author. I'd read one and I was like, oh my god, there's 2 more books in that series. And it took me like half an hour and I had to find the series again. And it was the Them Boys series. And I was like, you're a freaking idiot. So ADHD is a great time.
It is. It's fun.
But I think I just saved another book by Sean. That's what it is. I'm like, why? I was like, why is my brain like, yes, this author. Yes, it is by Alexandria House. You are correct. Yeah, I
think I read that one and that's why I know.
On my wish list from Sean recently. And I was like, I need to read this. And I don't remember what now. So there you go. It just happens to me all the time. I read to 40% in Sinful Vows. And I am like very in on this plot. You just had the flashback, which is all I'm going to say. If you've read it, you know.
Yeah.
But His Majesty, that was the one I just saved by Sean. Because it's been on my TBR for freaking ever. And I was like, oh, you do need to read this soon. But yeah, I'm very intrigued.
Yes.
With where this is going. So
excited.
I know you just loved it, so I feel like that's also like pushed me to just like, I was like, just pick up the damn book. Let's just read this book.
Look, I get Rex. I don't like give Rex, so it's really nice when someone's like, "Oh, you read it? Okay, I'll read it." And I'm like,
well, it had been on my TBR forever, and then you mentioned it, and I was like, I should just read that this weekend. So I'd thrown it on my graphic, and that just made me be like, okay, this is what I'm picking up.
I influenced, guys.
You influenced. Good job.
As a person who doesn't post anything,
you influenced.
I've now influenced.
It happens sometimes, though. I don't know. Our group chat, I feel like influences me the most half the time to pick up things, and I'm like, I don't know. And then next thing I know, I'm there. Nice. You're making good progress on it.
Yeah. You're like flying.
I feel like that's good progress for 3 sprints and an hour of us chatting about random things. How far are you into the fixer?
I am an amount. How far am I in? 60%.
Nice. Yeah, you'll be done very quick.
Yeah.
It's so nice when you have a new Kindle and it's all shiny and new and it just like.
Yeah. I'm just like, oh, this is great. I love this. My new toy.
Yeah. May, how did the stage kiss go?
It's going well. My picture fell on the floor. So.
Oh, okay. You're making progress.
Yeah. It's really good. I'm really enjoying it. Her mom has shown up. I'll use my tab glass and bookmark till I get up. Her mom has shown up, and she gave a performance while her mom was there, and it sucked
Mm-hmm.
because her mom was like, she wasn't trying to make it worse. Like, she was trying to be very supportive, but she was over supportive.
Mm-hmm.
So she overthought everything. So he's like, we're going to fix this. So that's where we're at right now. Yeah. He's offered like a workshop to her to
Nice.
get this. So he doesn't have this issue when her mom comes to see her do things.
Mm-hmm.
And like, her mom is a good mom, but she's got all this credit card debt, and she's not trying to pay it down. And she's took everyone from the go out to a steak dinner. So she's like, her mom stresses her out.
Okay.
So
This is a theme in books you've read for this Readathon, because Canadian boyfriend had the same thing, like stressful
I
mom.
was a fantastic mom,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm starting to think maybe subconsciously I'm missing something.
I don't know.
I hope she never watches this, because she will call me and be like, "What the hell did you say?"
Mm-hmm.
Aw.
Yeah, I feel that. Let's see. This is my Super Bowl. This whole weekend is my Super Bowl. No, I lost complete interest in the Super Bowl as soon as the Lions were out. I'm not even a Lions fan, but I lost all interest.
I didn't even know the Super Bowl was this weekend until yesterday.
I wasn't going to watch the Super Bowl because I don't really care.
Mhm.
But then I saw that Usher confirmed Ludacris and Little John are going to be with him.
Oh hell yeah! Okay, well I'll watch the playback of the halftime show.
Now,
I think that's the only thing I care about is like I want to watch Usher's halftime show, but
I don't care about the rest of it.
no.
Okay.
And I think like I don't know, the 49ers, it's no longer exciting. They're not the underdog anymore. So like whatever.
I was talking to my cousin's husband about it Wednesday night, I think it was. And he was like, I never thought I'd see the day that I would be rooting for the 49ers. And I actually, and I was like, I kind of just hope both teams lose at this point.
Mhm.
More. I was like, I was rooting for you. I was rooting for your team. I had your back. And I told him, I said, I need Baltimore to win because I cannot do another 6 months of Patrick Mahomes and his Kermit voice.
Mhm.
I can't take it. And they lost, and I texted him. I was like, this is all your fault.
Kermit voice.
Oh my God, I didn't tell you guys. So I was talking to my coworker. She's from Spain. And we were talking about Kermit the Frog. We were talking about Patrick Mahomes and Kermit the
Okay.
Frog, right?
Mhm.
And she looks at me and she says, who's Kermit the Frog? And I said, what do you mean who's Kermit?
I forgot about this.
It's better. Did I tell you this?
I
You
think
didn't tell
so.
me.
So we're talking about it. We're going back and forth. And I was like, what do you mean you don't know who Kermit the Frog is?
Mhm.
And she's like, who is Kermit the Frog? So I pull him up and she's like, oh no, his name's Gustavo. I said, is what?
No, you didn't tell me this.
And I was
No.
like, no. Have you ever heard Kermit the Frog talk in Spanish?
No.
No.
Well, hang on. Let me find you Gustavo. He is still dating Miss Piggy, and her name is Senora Pig.
Mm.
You're a pig.
I did have to ask. I was like, is he dating Miss Piggy? And she was like, yes. Everything else is the same. And so when I tell her this, I find a video of Kermit singing Rainbow Connection, and she goes, that's not what Gustavo sounds like. And she plays me Gustavo.
I don't know how I feel about his name's Gustavo.
Right?
Hold on a minute. Is this what it is? Let's see. Because this may not be it. I may have to look
Valid. I'm a Bears fan. But we never win anything because, like, Chicago sucks. It's fine. We're just not a sports town. Like,
Look,
we're a sports town, but
my
not.
team is America's team, which means it's a trash team.
Are you a Cowboys fan?
Yeah.
You would be a Cowboys fan.
I grew up in San Antonio. That was the closest team we had that wasn't in Houston.
I know. I'm just picking.
Yeah,
Wait,
good.
does San Antonio not have a weird rivalry with Dallas like Houston does?
We don't have a football team.
Okay, but like
So we have a
people from
rivalry
Houston-
with their basketball team because the Mavs
no, but like
suck.
Houston hates Dallas. Like they all shit talk Dallas.
Oh no. See, here's the thing. Everyone except for Houston hates Houston.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Like that's really it. Because like we're all like, oh, gross, Houston.
No, I
It
love
doesn't matter
Chicago.
what
Our
city
sports
you're
teams aren't great. Like that's all. I'm just saying. Like I'm a Cubs fan. They're not
The
great.
Bears.
I'm a Bears fan. They're not great. I love Chicago. If I had to live in a big city, I would live in Chicago.
It's a good city.
And then
I
I'd
like
leave in the
Chicago.
winter.
That's hilarious.
That's funny. I'm not that dedicated.
I will say my secondary team is the Saints because spouse's family's from New Orleans.
Okay.
And because during Katrina, the Saints played in San Antonio for a while.
That makes sense. I
We were
got
really hoping
sick
that
of the
they would
Saints
stay.
when we lived in Louisiana.
So many people in San Antonio were like, maybe they'll stay here. And it's like, they're not going to.
I'm just saying, like, it's a whole thing when you're a Cubbies fan or a Bears fan. Like, you just have to, like, lean into the fact that, like,
They don't
generally
suck.
speaking,
They
we're
have
not
issues.
making it.
I'm sorry, that just makes me laugh. They don't suck. They have issues.
Look, they do have issues. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, like, in general, my sentiment is, like, if they do well, great, but I'm not going to pay a ton of attention because, like, it doesn't matter if I do or don't. Don't go in the winter. That was my best advice. That was my best advice. Don't go in the winter.
That wind off the water, man.
You can't hate a team that got cursed by a goat. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
But I love Wrigley. It's like the best.
May is having issues finding Gustavo.
Me and Gustavo are struggling.
Is it Gustavo or Gustavo?
Gustavo.
Like with a V?
Yeah. I thought it was with a P or a B. I wasn't really sure. Gustavo
That's fine.
the frog.
My whole family's from the state, besides me, basically. They all left, but that's cute.
It is cute.
It's my only claim to the Midwest at this point. I've lived in the South too long, but listen, it's fine.
I'm from the Yeehaw state. The South doesn't claim us.
I mean, I'm not from anywhere,
Okay.
technically. I'm ready.
You have it?
I don't think you are because I don't know what you think it's going to sound like, but I promise it's not this.
Okay.
Como él. Caramba, llaman a la puerta. ¿Quién podrá ser?
That's what I thought he would sound like, yeah. When you said he doesn't sound like Kermit.
Hola. Señor, hoy es un día de suerte, ¿eh? ¿Me permite pasar?
Grover still sounds like Grover.
Why does Grover still sound like Grover? But
Grover
does
sounds like
not sound
Grover,
like
and Kermit is suave AF, and that makes me laugh so hard.
I said to her,
Did you play her our Kermit?
yes, I played Rainbow Connection.
Kermit's the frog here.
So I was like, Patrick Mahomes sounds like Kermit the Frog. And she was like, no, he does not. So she didn't know who Kermit was. I showed it to her. And she's like, oh, Gustavo. And I was like, Kermit? You speak fantastic English, Kermit the Frog. And she was like, no, we call him Gustavo. And I was like, I can't help it.
Wait, what's Grover's name?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I just asked about Miss Piggy.
Senora Pig.
I hope on Monday you go back to work and are like, I have questions.
I need to know Fozzie Bear's name. I need to know Grover's name.
I'm bored.
I need to know Gonzo's name.
Okay.
I mean, I get that too. Like, listen, me moving to Chicago is like it would have to be like very certain circumstances, which I could leave during the winter very easily because, again, I cannot do it. I have lived off Lake Michigan in the winter. I've lived outside Chicago in the winter. It's fucking terrible.
That doesn't sound like fun.
It's not. I'm good. There's a reason I spent more of my life in the South than I have the North, and that's because I don't do winter.
Grover?
According to Wikipedia, Grover's name in Spanish is Coco.
Coco?
What?
Count Von Count is El Conde Draco. Bert is Blas. Ernie is Epi. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce Cookie Monster's name. That would just be an abomination.
Send it to Megan. Maybe she can say it.
Yeah, send it to
I'll
me.
spell it to you.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have anything like, it doesn't have any accent.
Accent?
Yeah.
Eriqui.
ERIQUI.
T.
Oh, CRI.
T.
T.
T. It's for turtles.
Yes. T for
ERIQUI.
yes.
It's tricky.
Tricky?
Sticky.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know. Every time they start speaking in Spanish and I'm bored, I walk into the room and I go, okay.
Okay.
They were
No, you need to walk into the room, pause dramatically, and go, "Que hora es?"
So my other coworker also speaks Spanish. And so they talk all the time in Spanish to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And on Friday they were going back and forth and I could hear them and all of a sudden I heard my name in the mix of the Spanish. And I heard but whatever they were saying.
Did you run out and go, stop talking shit?
More Spanish. So I get up and I come through and I was like, if you're going to talk about me, at least do it in English.
At least do it where I can understand you.
And occasionally, just to be mean to them, I look at them and go, this is America. Because they know I don't care.
Yeah.
But occasionally I look at them and go, this is America. We speak English.
Is it three que? Is it QUE?
Like K? Por qué? I will occasionally I walk in and I go, por qué?
Yeah, I lived it and I won't do it. I got about 7 inches of snow in January here. Not normal. It does get hot too. So, you know. And it stuck around for a week, which was also weird because normally it melts within like 2-3 days. So I half want to know why, Betty Jo. I need to know why you know how to say this in Spanish, and that is all you have. Like, do you go somewhere that's Spanish and just ask?
I just don't know what werewolf is in Spanish. That has never been a thing I needed to learn.
I periodically ask my coworkers to teach me things in Spanish, then I really get it. I was doing Spanish Duolingo, and that lasted for about 4 days. And then the little bird started getting on my nerves. It was like, "Do it again." And I was like, "No,
Little bird.
Okay,
The
this
evil
makes sense.
Duolingo bird.
I like to imagine you like taking a vacation somewhere, and I'd be like, "Where's the biblioteca?" That's all I got.
¿Dónde
You know,
está
like-
la biblioteca?
Like my shoddy, like South Florida, whatever, like childhood, and then like the little bits I've retained. That's all I got.
I took Spanish in high school.
I
And
did
about
too.
the end of the year, our Spanish teacher left. So they gave us all laptops. These little bitty they were like this big. And we had to do Rosetta Stone, and we only had to go through a lesson a week. You could knock it out in about 30 minutes on day one and just play on the laptops the rest of the time. Until we had a sub that came in and decided that instead of doing that, we were just going to write whatever she found on Wikipedia and copied over until our hands hurt. And then we watched Chucky. We watched Child's Play.
Love this.
So,
See, I started Spanish in like
watch it.
elementary school in South Florida. That's how it was. Like you started Spanish in like first grade. Unsurprised.
My niece took Chinese.
That's cool.
I don't know if she's still doing it, but she was doing like taking like it was a club she took during the day.
Mm.
We watched novelas during class.
And then high school, my Spanish teacher said that she invented the story of Finding Nemo and Disney stole it from her. So she was something.
Our super religious art teacher was best friends with the Spanish teacher that just kind of dipped out on us. And
Mhm.
somebody asked him what happened, and he was like, yeah, his sugar mama broke up with him. So he left. And I was like, normally I'd be like questioning that, but you're not the type to lie about this.
I love this also.
Oh yeah.
It just was a thing, I guess, that we all had weird experiences with Spanish class.
I mean, I don't know how to
amigos.
but that's fine.
¿Qué pasa?
Polo Bandito.
¿Dónde está el baño?
Have you seen?
Grassy ass.
Grassy ass.
Have you seen the TikTok of the lady that's like, she'd applied for a job and she was like, I see here that you pay more for a Spanish speaker. How much more? And they're like $1 an hour. And she's like, "Que pasa?" And they're like, I guess we could do like $1.50. And she's like, she says it a little bit quicker. It's like says something a little bit quicker. And she's like, we could go to like $2.75. And she like
That is not enough extra for a language.
Turns into like speaking perfect Spanish.
Look, as a Texan person, they don't pay you more for being bilingual. Sometimes they pay you less.
Which makes no sense.
Was very excited when we hired my coworker from Spain because we were going to have a Spanish speaker in the office. And we hired our male coworker who also speaks Spanish. And I was like, I've become the minority. I kept telling my boss that I was her favorite white girl. And I said it in front of my coworker from Spain. And she goes, you know I'm Caucasian, right? And I was like, no, I didn't. I didn't ask. She's like, I'm a white.
She's like, how dare you?
I was like, okay. Yeah, see.
That is not enough money. Absolutely not.
A lot extra. Sometimes it's straight up in the job title that you speak Spanish, and then you're not going to get extra money for that.
Nope, this is true. So interesting.
I've never seen them use it to speak to somebody that's come in the office. I have had to decode some Kentucky slang.
Oh, for them?
I had to be
like what?
We had this little old couple come in the other day, sweet as can be, and they said something. We had to help them like get on the computer. I mean, they were like a lot older. We had to help them get on the computer and stuff. They said something about their grandkids. He rattled something off, and she looked at me. She's like, "What did they say?" I don't even remember what it was now. It was a whole thing, though. I was like, "It's fine. That's what this means. Go home and use this." I did. I have taught them some Eastern Kentucky slang. So.
Okay, I'm glad.
What's some Eastern Kentucky slang?
My nephew just calls it Eastern. Speaking Eastern.
Okay.
You've seen my last video. So, a lot of that. You can't make me. Ain't gonna do that. Ain't got a lick of
Shit fire.
Shit fire.
Shit fire.
Which is what I shouted when you scared me. I was just muted. Shit fire, is it?
Damn. Which is shit fire, correct? But the way you say it sounds shit
you're
far.
Not shooting far, like distance. It's shit fire, but you don't say it that way.
You say oil instead of oil, right?
Oil,
yeah.
I have to make a conscious effort to say oil.
Y'all don't say wash though.
I do not say wash. My grandparents do.
I
do not.
But that goes further than Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah.
I just know apparently when I get really excited, I start getting a really bad Texas twang, and then I get made fun of.
When I start speaking Eastern, my nephew gets excited.
Like they're like, your West Texas is showing, and I'm like, shut up. Just got real
That's fine.
excited, okay?
This is my favorite thing people do though, when they can't like think of the word and they just say it in the accent in English. I'm like, I see what you did, and I love that. Roof?
I get roof.
Rough.
Roof? Like what
It
are you?
rhymes
What are
with
you
woof. Roof.
No, I know, but like, how are you saying it? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I guess roof.
I guess roof.
Oh,
I say roof.
Okay.
Rough.
I say roof.
Because yeah, my brain's like processing how you. Yeah. I don't know. I say all kinds of stuff weird. I've lived too many places now, so like, it's weird. Yeah, that'll
It
happen.
never leaves.
It does.
That twang just like sticks with
The
you.
further south I get, the worse. Like the more I pick up. Too. It just varies.
I was really tempted to like get on the stream and just talk in a Texas accent and just have May talk in her Kentucky accent. We just be accent people.
We can if you want to. I can hop right into it. I don't even like code switch anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I just get delirious and it comes
Mhm.
out.
Get
Mhm.
delirious. I love it.
That's what happened in this week's video. I just got delirious.
This is amazing.
Well, I literally said, "How many videos have you filmed at this point?" And you were like, "This is probably three or four." And I was like, "There you go. You found your limit."
When I started thanking Steph because I used her emoji,
Mm-hmm.
I felt it that day. But
Yeah.
when I watched it back, it felt like I was watching a fever dream.
Yep.
Oh, God, what is this? Who is this person?
I did like your like editing May aside that was like just you over explaining music.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's my thing.
I was like, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna keep watching this. This is great. I love it.
May was embarrassed too. And I just needed to make sure the Swifties didn't like feel and like
Yeah.
It's so good.
You just had to be sure you were clear on your why.
Yeah.
I can't believe you don't want to read that book that no one has liked that's supposedly inspired by Taylor.
zero people have enjoyed it. I've seen nobody like it.
I have seen no one like it.
Wait, which one?
The breakup tour.
Yeah.
Oh. I have zero interest.
I already had no. I'm not a big celebrity book person, so it just kind of never was even on my radar, honestly.
Damn.
So
And then somebody said it was Taylor Swift, and I was like, no. And then somebody said it was bad. And then I was like, I'm so glad I didn't want to read this book.
yeah, I mean, it was something that I feel like would be more on your radar than mine, even. But even so, I don't know.
The one that got me though was I was in the vehicle with my brother and sister-in-law the other day, and she was playing Taylor Swift, and I was just being quiet. And she turned around, looked at me, and she goes, "Are you not a Swiftie?" And I was like, "You've known me since I was 10. I've never been a Swiftie."
My favorite is still when I was in Kentucky and you sang, I think 3 or 4 Taylor Swift songs within a day of being around me, and I had to text Heather.
Well, that's when we were coming back from John Mayer.
Mm-hmm.
I was singing All Too Well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Yes,
Delirious.
well on
Or
our
John
drive
Mayer.
home. Well, that's like one of our songs that we like, though. We sing that in the car together quite often.
You have to sing All Too Well's 10-minute version.
Yeah.
It is good. Like, I'd give it to her.
It is.
I'm not going to defend anybody like I will defend Juan Mayor. Not John Mayer.
Juan Mayor.
The guy on TikTok.
He's a guy on TikTok who does Juan Mayor.
TikTok skit. He's Juan Mayor. And he
So
sings
funny.
John Mayer songs, but he sings all the lyrics wrong. He sings them with a Spanish accent.
They're really funny.
Your body is a wonderland. I'll use this hand. They're so funny.
They are funny.
I love Juan Mayor.
Izzy, I like your candy hearts blanket.
It's my hoodie. It's my big hoodie thing. I was
I
gonna put it
love
on,
it.
but I was afraid I would get too hot. So it has
Okay.
now just been like my back warmer.
I've
Well,
moved
it's-
to the couches.
It hit 61 today. So but it rained all day. So
It was raining here too.
we are on day 2 of 4 of rain. So we went to grab dinner. Things were starting to flood. So I was like, this is good. This is good.
Fun, you know?
I think
Well-
it finally stopped raining though. Like it's quiet outside now. So maybe it'll dry up a little overnight somehow. But no. We will be back in the morning at 10 a.m.
11.
It's 11 Eastern.
Is it
11 Eastern, 10.
11 Eastern, 10 Central. Okay, I was like, hold on, what time tomorrow?
And then will we go to 2 or 3 tomorrow Eastern? Because I thought
We
we
go
were
to
3.
You go to 3 because people are signed up for 2.
I thought
right?
we were 3.
No, that was today. It's shorter tomorrow. We're only doing like 2 sprints.
It says tomorrow 11, 12, 1, and 2.
No.
See?
Okay, then I didn't think I thought I was only going to 1. Never mind. I don't know.
I don't have
Did I plan these and forget? Yes. It's fine. There we go.
have it from 11 a.m. to 2.
You know what? I'm converting it to my time zone. That's the problem.
Because you have the one I have on my phone is the one I've saved is the graphic where you did PM instead of AM and you didn't do Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
You did Eastern on all of them except for Sunday.
Yeah, and I fixed it. I thought I
And then you
reshared.
fixed it. You did, but I had already saved them.
Okay.
Saved it again.
I have it
like
until
the-
1
it's
p.m.
easier
Eastern. Oh, wait.
than
I
the
see what you
mainstream.
mean.
Yeah.
I did mess up. Okay.
Oh, go tomorrow.
Anyways, we'll be back at 11 Eastern tomorrow. And we'll be
Oh, who
here
knows?
until 2 or 3. We'll see. Right now, we'll see how we feel.
I
We'll
don't
be
have a
here
Super
till
Bowl party, and I'm off until Tuesday. So
this is true. But yeah, we'll see how we feel.
I kind of want to work from home on Monday. Wonder if I can
Gross.
do that and
That
not
is
have
cold.
to go to work.
Fingers crossed for you.
Thank you.
But yeah, we'll be back in the morning at 11 Eastern. Time zones are hard for me right now because I keep
Oh,
looking
same.
at stuff on my calendar and then I look at our sign up sheet and my brain just cannot parse what's what. And we'll do our final sprints and hopefully I'll finish Sinful Vow and we'll all finish up what we're reading.
Yeah.
Thanks y'all for hanging out. We'll be here tomorrow. Like I said, if you don't want a Super Bowl, this is our Super Bowl. And we wrap before I think much Super Bowl stuff really kicks off. So
yeah, I don't think it starts till like 4.
don't think
Reba
so.
is doing the national anthem.
Reba?
Reba.
Like Reba McEntire.
yeah.
Yes. No. Reba McIntosh. Different Reba.
Look, all I need is for like some person I don't know that's also named Reba.
No, it's Reba McIntyre. I got a video of Barbara Jean driving Reba's head, like a cutout of Reba's head,
Mm-hmm.
just driving her to Vegas, giving her a pep talk about singing the national anthem.
Look, Fancy is one of my go-to karaoke songs. Like, I love Reba.
Has to be.
It's a good one. All right.
Too, so
We will see y'all in the morning. I'm going to hit end.
okay.
Bye.